ITV, certainly the best.
To Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Edo State Ministry of Transport, Edo State Government, challenge day. You will be passenger for Edo, challenge day. You will be bus driver for Edo, challenge day. Ministry of Transport Edo, challenge day. I dey for Central Park for Benin City, Edo State. This Central Park, now be the park where we say all the buses where they go different routes, Bobahi, Upper, Wasota, anywhere. Now yet they're supposed to take off. But one of the challenge where we say we don't investigate for the past 1 year, passengers don't they come this Central Park, and so many drivers call them bus owners, or they don't buy the bus, or they never balance, and many of them they here. How come they ask why this Central Park not they function? They say the reason why not they function now because of Ring Road, because of New Benin, because so many bus drivers they load for the King Square, and the tax force when government set up making they look them there. That's now one. Two, passengers, because of saying they're supposed to go Central Park, because they don't see the bus for road sharp, they don't enter. Don't forget, say when we start this Central Park, everybody they go enter. Here they flow. Here they happen. His Excellency Senator Monday Pawolo, aka no, you said man will go. You know, so you send us message. Man will they look everywhere for the 18 local governments, because your eye not go feed everywhere. Now we will be the journalists go fit tell you how they happen. Central Park for Benin City. It's supposed to they breathe, but you know they breathe. No, just imagine I just deal with this bus now. 1 hour I never load. 2 hours he never load. 3 hours he never load. 4 hours he never load. Macho man go carry. Hey. And I be say I want buy bus.
You're planning for another state to not be here.
Sorry. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. How you gonna sleep when macho man like you gonna sleep? This kind of time when your mate don't run 10 trip, now you gonna sleep for ya?
I come and give us. They come here.
They come.
I come and give us.
They sleep and they sleep since I don't wake up.
They go those when they go inside the room. Then they come 1,000.
You they come inside the room.
1,000.
Okay. They watch us on live for ITV.
Yes.
Now so all the minibus or vanette suppose carry this color and this yellow color. Then you can go meet a Ministry of Transport with your vehicle particulars and the owner. They'll come register you, they'll give you code. You can't be one number, but okay, how you doing?
One, Donji, thank you. We are cool. Yeah. We are fine.
Any challenge?
Yes, one serious challenge we get now. You know, inside this park, only one trip we they go. We not even see fee saying a big deal like that with the manage jam. Now inside Ring Road, now be the main thing.
Now be the park.
Tax Force now. What is the way they see us finish inside this park? Me, I don't know. Tax Force. They go leave all the buses when they inside Ring Road. They will come up back at Aye Junction. If they come from Bugbe Oko, some passenger go say, okay, if you don't fit go inside Ring Road, drop us for back at Aye Junction. We go say, okay, enter. Tax Force now go come on inside Ring Road. Constantly they intimidate us for back of Aye Junction. If we dey drop passenger, they go just surround you, arrest you, carry you go. Meanwhile, across the road for front of Eco Bank, former Eco Bank, buses go dey load there. They go throw away like say they don't see the one when they load. You when they come, when you want drop passenger, make you enter park, they go hold you. What do we do then?
Why people know they come this Central Park or enter motor?
But how people go come? Somebody when they come from inside Ring Road, buses full inside Ring Road. You not gonna leave those ones make come inside park now. You not gonna fit come here.
Until government drive all those ones.
That is it. Make government summon up courage. Clear inside ring road, make there as it be before. We go walk here.
As they talk, I don't state government here.
Okay, they say we pay motor. What will take pay not money?
Yes.
Okay, if I don't work here, now how much money will take pay motor?
But before you, as you buy this bus, you are supposed to spray this bus.
But the one I buy, let's take buy. They never tell me. They never tell me say make I spray. But now just me I spray. Where I want to see money?
Some bandits and kidnapper and armed robber.
Okay, not be this one.
They use this kind motor.
How do not be all this one? All those one they do rich and where they use BB monster they kidnap you. They don't stop there. Now the poor man, they find.
I want go. I don't hear what you talk. I hear. So, now the Central Park now they so. Some of these drivers, many of them don't spend like 5 hours here. Some of them never go up to 3 trip. But the one went there Ring Road, went there New Benin, went there Ted Joshua, don't go 5 trip, 7 trip, 8 trip. But the ones went there this Central Park. Nothing they happen. But I don't know why passengers now they call the Central Park.
One trip I don't go since morning. One trip I don't go yet since morning. They take us 5 hours to load one trip for this place. We know they see work.
Why people now they call this Central Park? Why?
People where they load for road, they not they let us they see work for here. We don't talk. Now no, they won't talk again. They not they let us they work for inside Central Park. People when they road, make they pursue they come Central Park.
Baba, how the family now?
My brother,
Come on, follow first. How the family?
my brother, we dey.
You knew about this boss?
No, you don't tell. Boss don't tell. Don't listen. Don't say that Central Park here. We know they work with the sleep. You don't see my face.
What they say? Now Central Park where we say all the passengers now supposed to be there.
Yes. But you know, you see my face. You go listen to sleep. I dey sleep since morning. Why I dey here? And only one trip I don't go.
How can you be saying that?
Not try to tell you. I dey lie for you. Go other park. Make me they tell you whether they lie.
Okay, why passengers not they come here?
Because they don't take over the place now.
Those ones where they King Square and everywhere.
They don't carry all the passengers. Yeah, where would they? On a pension would they receive here? Now here na pension.
Pension?
Yes. A pension would receive here. That pension would receive here now.
Okay. You know they are aware. Say the insecurity what they face for Nigeria. That some bandits and armed robbers and kidnappers. They use this kind of bus. That's why those state government they say go spray your bus to the yellow and red so that we go give you code as say now you get them.
It could remember spread the motor, but wait the money. I want to where they go now. I want to spend the motor. Can't go code again. If you go to other states, you paint your motor. Which one be code again? More spray our motor. More forget code. Now they give us wahala for here. We know ticket. We pay ticket.
No, we have to know the owner of the vehicle. We have to know your residential particulars. We have to know the owner in case of anything.
Yes, that one good. Where?
Central Park when we dey so now go governor say make everybody dey work.
Yes.
Why come be say some go dey work for inside ring road? We now if we enter inside ring road, then go hold us. The mini bus dey work, they collect from them. They not they come inside ring road. This is the surprise.
Are you saying this Central Park is not functioning?
It's not at all. People when they say.
Waiting they happen.
Okay. Instead you supposed to they watch film for
Work in all day.
for Central Park.
Work in all day.
For Central Park.
This point now only what I don't load. Inside it go no let people.
Now you they watch whole video drama for your phone.
I dey watch now.
Inside
the group.
People wey go dey for here, wey go come dey enter motor for Omba like na inside the road. Where they go carry people come here inside the road. Why go be like that? Make them pursue everybody enter Central Park.
Now you want this your turn.
For where?
But you want move
See
so.
now. Why don't move? I want to move now.
Oga say make they dress, make they pursue the inside the road, make they enter Central Park. I been at inside the road, I be Central Park.
This morning I want trip
You
I
have
don't
to
go.
talk that kind of macho man like you go send on one trip when you don't drive bus. Some people don't do 5
Look my head. My age is senior you.
Yes.
No only one trip I don't go. On my way coming back, only 250 I carry come back. I know life for you.
Owari Sokoto even Agwalaka Sokoto we Sokoto no majo. I just dey discuss with my pastor. How we go do this play when improvement day here? Now whenever they buy ticket or we they live like all the world they buy ticket like that we can't cry out. I don't to God who made me now only one trip I don't go since morning. I reach here around to 6. Just look at the time now. I never lost a country. And before go reach me to them, maybe around after. So if not even reach me, I can't go blow.
Okay, what will be the problem? What will be the problem?
The problem is this. Now inside Ring Road be the problem where we get for here. Why come and create this state? I mean this Central Park. And others say they get Central Park. You cannot try this mess in Lagos. Like Anambra, like waiting me here for Anambra now. They apprehend the passenger and the driver. All the way from Iguado, no Iguado Love Village.
Make I see you were called inside. So all these bus, they never go.
Many don't come out now. They don't tell to stay like they don't go outside. At all. How can you expect somebody to do the balance? 10,000 or 5,000 naira. I go take get the balance for only one trip today. I load by 9 passenger. That 9 passenger 500. Just say for 500 naira. How much is it? No 4,500 out. You come here. That for 5. I'll buy for 2,000 naira. I can't chop 1,000 naira. How much will come remain? He say ticket. They waiting until pay the ticket. I beg. I just discovered my second just time. I will go take this. Me no you know say see you for here.
However,
talking about something
however, should they watch him? Shut up because we want make the governor make it see and make it hear him.
Problem. Where we get inside Ring Road. Inside Ring Road is the problem. There's no that problem where we get for it. Why we not the feed the work?
That's why passengers not the come.
Yeah, that's all. If you may I carry you for my motor, there your patrol. From here go to Oli and Tomba. May you hear what you go here for it. Inside Ring Road, inside go. To God remember they talk am again. I blow empty all the way from the Go Market to this place. I not carry anybody. Any passenger Ring Road when I was told that I say inside Ring Road, I go move. How can we make it from here to all the way from Iguado to Ring Road? They'll say inside Ring Road. Why is the essence of creating?
So the problem is saying now those bus what they said
those bus. And my effort to the government, that's the only way I think this thing can stop. Apprehend the passenger and the drivers.
Why passengers not they come here?
Yes. Why they reach the job and NASA just for a week? He go stop. He go stop. Arrest the passenger and the driver. It happen for other states.
Any passenger when no one goes to
yes. If they arrest them. If they hold the bus, they hold the driver joiner. They hold the passenger. That is the only way can solve the way the play go get improvement. True to God, and they tell you. Wait, see my pocket.
Very correct.
See what you remain from my hand. May I bring on my pocket, come on. See ya.
Money.
See what you remain from my pocket.
15 naira.
I don't go only one thing.
It's money.
See what you remain from my pocket.
No, Oga, wait, Oga. As an area journalist, and not be quick journalist.
We know.
As we they talk, so governor, everybody they hear. You see, we go continue today. Hammer them. I don't fair interview you last year. Yeah, so. And we go continue to the talk. It they surprise us. See, with the billions of naira where the state government invest for this Central Park, we don't know why passengers know they come here. If you go King Square na gaga, if you go New Benin na gaga, if you go Tejoshon na gaga, if you go Babayi na gaga, go Aduwa na gaga, go Gbowo na gaga. I can't see mature men like una.
They sleep.
Some they watch on video. Some go play lotto. Some don't.
Yes, now.
That God will do it for there.
What do you want make the governor here now?
Wait till one make governor here for them. Say make governor here or cry. Say we not defeat the work for here.
For this Central
family man now, if they carry money go outside, you buy this time 1,000 naira. Wait till one is that too. 1,000 naira. So time no see money take bank. You see people they here now. Most of them they be owner to repair motor they had.
Yes.
They had
so solution awaiting this
solution we say we dey find now say make government put type for say inside the good make dem pursue all of the enter so that passenger will fit dey enter here so that we fit dey work.
Na we talk so Kidosta, you say
let them set
a pidgin English program.
Anyhow you want talk.
Okay. Let them set task force. I know say they fit not get 100%. They fit get like 80% or 70%.
Task force to do what?
To apprehend anybody who enters Ring Road.
Okay, with the passengers or any bus.
If they catch any bus driver, if that bus driver pay 5,000, the passenger will pay 2,000 because na them they lure drivers. Maybe they come from a Ghana and they blow empty. I no see passenger carry. I just reach one place. I see people gather. Say side road. I look myself. I no get money. I go carry them. Make I see money. And when I go reach there, because I not there before, they go home me, collect the home money.
That means to say, those State Ministry of Transport.
They know they try.
They know they try.
Yes. I beg you.
If you say
I want beg our state governor. The people we put made a clear inside ring.
Waiting they happen.
Minister of Transport, Edo State. Minister of Transport, Edo State. You need to organize. You never spread this bus. You never spread this bus now. You never get the quality. They use this kind of bus. They do iki. You also spray.
I also spray.
That's February 1st they give you now.
I'll spray.
February 1st too.
Yes.
Spray mo. Top General. Now let's go work for Ring Road. 100. Oh boy, your matter. So now so the color supposed to be all the buses. All this time, okay. All those people when they use minibus, they operate. We get security people when they look for now. For not catch anyone.
Now make us sit on to minibus so that they not go see us if they come. We'll take them on our way.
That's all. All those people they use minibus, they do iki.
Now
they look for the
yes. Now the thing say now inside work, now the work.
Not it there. In not there. Where? Make them not say. Hey. Move. Hey. When you want to spray the bus now? Why? Color code now. They use a rubber. This kind of bus. So you go see many of the minibus. Clear. So you go see inside Ring Road everywhere busy. Now the Central Park from the come just now. You go see and say, how far? It clear. Why you never go get your color code now?
The country good.
You see that? Why don't know?
Also no.
Maririka, you never spray the bus now. You never spray.
I go spray, bro.
Why don't know? Welcome. Where you want spray? Where you want to go get the color code?
We'll get her.
We'll get her very soon. Okay. You see, I'm inside Ring Road. Inside Ring Road. Why people they always come they load for this inside Ring Road?
Because we reason and say, we know they see passenger for our country to set up our way, tell us where they go. Because motor too many for there. All of us enter there now, you know go contain.
Central Park drivers don't frustrate them.
They see the carry passenger now because if the passenger will see they come for that side, they see they come for this side. Because if everybody enter the Central Park, nobody will nowhere to park. All of us will their side. Because they see the carry passenger, we see the carry passenger. Now make car.
You know you said that use this kind of bus go rob yesterday night.
Me never know that one.
You know you said don't take come and say make you spray your bus.
Yes, I don't hear that one. But according to the time when they tell me say when they will take come out, I'll spray my bus.
Don't general one. Don't chop the lot.
Inside Ring Road. What did they inside this Ring Road? People when they walk this kind of your walk with the Central Park, they say you don't frustrate them.
The truth is this general. My people now good evening. If na go dey load now, I dey go market, Baraka go. Passenger they no see side go on the entire motor. If you tell them say Central Park, you no go see passenger carry. I dey tell you the truth. Not be say because it's side road, not the side road. If you dey come from a go now, na side road you dey see. If you tell them say Central Park, they say no side road. They know from Central Park trek. From that junction truck comes side road, they say no, they no agree. Now my brother,
that means say passengers will still get our own fault too.
I dey tell you now, ask them. If na lie they talk so, ask passengers say wetin this driver talk so. Whether na lie he talk. But the fact they no want from there truck, they no want trek come at all.
People with the Central Park never go to triple.
People other than that they get their own motor. Now laziness work be that.
This one he must shasha.
He must complete. My driver, they know that they talk. Now my motor boss.
Some location.
I dey tell you.
Inside ring road, agree to.
What is happen?
Inside ring road. Inside ring road.
I say they
I don't know why you know they go. Why you know they go Central Park? Go enter motor.
Now there they go so now.
Central Park.
Yes now.
Okay, I don't find no compliment of the season. It go good, it go good, it go good. Alpha.
Touch you now, put
it. Go clear. Come on. Those people when they Central Park, that's what I don't frustrate them. Why not they look for ring road? Why not they go Central Park?
No, we're not frustrated. We're not frustrated.
Why you never spray your boss? Why you never spray your boss?
No, people many for dynamic and never spray. So I dey wait so that.
Now yellow pet remain. See there, Esther. I talk any person when they use mini bus they rob, we self get security when they look for now. Abi? So if not catch anyone, go one side. Chop them. If they use the mini bus rob,
go chop them.
Then they look for them.
Yeah, we defend them. We defend them, boss.
It's a regret. You see, the Central Park now they happen like this. Now here they happen, no. Hey, what? Why now they always they carry passenger for Siren Road? Passenger, why not they go Central Park go the enter motor?
How want they talk? Yeah, the Central Park people continue the motor where they be.
No, everywhere good though. How do you also now?
What do you mean it? Put on now.
Why you never spread this bus? They used to do armed robbery yesterday. They used this kind of do kidnapping yesterday. Why you always look for Siren Road? Passenger, why you not they go Central Park go enter motor?
Yeah, the truth be say inside for Central Park, we know they fit meet up target like balance. But for inside ring road, we dey meet up balance.
Yes. Inside ring road.
Inside ring road, yes.
Inside
and we fit take care of our family very well.
Inside ring road.
And many of the passengers no fit trek. They come Central Park.
Well, no, they go Central Park go enter motor.
They carry load most times, and most of them are advanced women. They don't old of age already.
Why you never spray this bus now? Why you never spray the bus?
No, sir, I never said I will get the motor.
Why you know they work for Central Park? Why you don't look for Siren Road here?
My name is Tofioto.
Your name is Tofioto?
Tofioto, that's the best time to drive the motor for.
Okay, Tofioto.
Tofioto. You don't hear that name before?
Tofioto, I just hear that now. Tofioto.
Tofioto.
Everywhere clear. It's clear. Hey, whoa! Inside ring road. Hey, whoa! Inside ring road. Hey! Sit down. Now there be this. I see you sit down. Hey, whoa! Why you not like to go Central Park go load inside ring road? They say yesterday, some armed robbers and kidnappers they use this kind of your boss. That's why I just take come and say, make you go spray your boss, make you get your color code. You know yesterday they use it for iki.
Apart from color code, apart from boss, private car owners they use their own to do robbery. They know they use plate number to track them. How do when they snatch they rob not the plate number they track them? So why must it be compulsory in a boss color code?
It's a ring road. Move. It's a ring road. Okay, It's a ring road. Madam, why you not like to go Central Park go enter motor? Why you prefer to enter sharp for here? Central Park they you know they go. Why? Government wants start to the arrest passenger. And the family now. Nice work today. Hello. Agba. E balance now. Agba. Togo. This is a popular guy. Togo. I get problem.
What is the problem now?
The problem is say people where they work for that Central Park. They say all these buses where they say go, they don't frustrate them. Why all these buses? Why not they say they go Central Park? Why?
You know, say for now the union no dey work. No say driver talk to driver understand. So when government make a try, when they let union start to work so that they go arrange their drivers for each place so that the motor dey load. So now be the thing. Drivers don't get papa now, they don't get mama. They just dey like say.
Except for Edo State now, drivers they don't get papa.
They don't get mama. No papa, no mama, because nobody there where they control them now. Anywhere with belle face and I will be now. So they need to do something. I say it be my brother.
I agree with you also now.
We thank God.
I tell inside ring road. We take first the ring road. How you doing now? Correct, the family now. Wait. Now inside ring road now with this so. How far now also now? I know. You know, so most of these guys they carry this bus, balance and carry. Yeah. Some of them now for one person they must balance, but people they say
today they lost my 4 tire. I don't vigilante. I don't know what's happened. They don't fall my 4 tire. I come out the valve. What we do that we don't know. Government may come to our
arrest. They say why you know they go they load this your passenger for inside Central Park.
I park where Central Park don't full. All the almost don't fit go Central Park.
You know yesterday they used the kidnapper use this kind of bus to armed robbery.
No, I don't hear that one no. But we don't do that one. I'll load with the load.
Why you never spray the bus?
I go spray money never day.
Clear.
Aiza.
Clear.
Akpa Orome airport hungry day.
It's everywhere. Sir. Now inside the ring road that they so clear. Even the passengers to go to Central Park, they like to enter sharp. Everywhere good. Our business now, everything. What did she try to talk? She said she watched me for television. When we bless one Aisha, we'll go buy fruits for them, buy water. He said, why be say in reach her hands? Who want to drink water? Make her take. Amen. 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 Inside ring road, agree to. You say a person, they know they like to go Central Park, go enter motor. I don't know why. Sharp at this side ring road. This side ring road now we do so. This side ring road though. They go do. This side ring road. This side ring road. People where they work for Central Park, they soon don't frustrate them. They say that one trip that they go.
But Central Park don't cut everybody now. If I say everybody go, they not cut everybody now. You don't know what to know.
Why you never spray this bus?
This bus and next month. Next month.
February.
Yes.
Everywhere clear.
As it be not too clear, because say the nation where we dey like this time, we know if we go thief, at the street not dey friendly. So all these mini buses say me they spend, me not give them time. At least you know if the school doesn't stop, me they still manage yourself. Fish small thing, gather up, do the needful. I bet when I take it easy for everybody. Nigeria not easy. I bet.
People when they set up, say they no fit work.
People when they set up, they no fit work. The place too, maybe too small for them, too big for them. Maybe they try to make the place to be
bigger than the way it is, so that more population will be coming, so that they can help us to be working.
Give me small thing now.
Well, we not get tell people say make it pity for us. I beg, make pity for us.
Give me small thing now.
People will make pity for Nigeria. Not easy.
I agree to.
Waiting they happen.
Certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and it is that program that gives you and I opportunity to talk about some of the trending issues in the country and how it affects us as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the withdrawal of police personnel from very important personalities in the country and how it's going to be affecting us as individuals, or better still, how it's going to impact us as citizens. And then again, the debates on legalizing gun ownership. So let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say in regards to this topic. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The Nigeria security architecture, I think it is a very, very wrong approach at this time. The way you talk about developed countries and thinking of how police operate, the environments are not the same. First, we do not have good roads. That when you call for police in an emergency response, if it's like in the developed countries, you see police appearing within minutes. You hear of cases of assassinations in places like America. It's only a matter of days they will find the killers of those people. Those are not the situations in Nigeria. People kidnap people in their houses, people kill people on the way, they don't even know who the killers are. The only thing too that also makes some of these people not to be on the road is the simple reason that when they know that there are escorts following some VIPs and some people on the way, they know that it's possible that at some point they will see unexpected police presence. But when they now get to the point where they now say, no, they cannot go with police and then the road is free and all that, you are only inviting terror back to us. If I'm traveling on the way and I know I'm licensed to have a gun in my car, some other persons are coming, and maybe we run into hoodlums, and they know that out of these 20 cars, there's a likelihood that 15 to 16 have arms in them. That will also create that sense of security for the people that are involved. So I just think that it is, yes, the idea to say let's have police at different points is there, but the architecture and infrastructure to support such an idea, we don't have it yet. You don't have drones flying everywhere. If you are overseas, you press a button in your house, they know it is emergency. The police will come, condone off your area, and the people cannot even escape. The police right now, as they are, first, there are no vehicles, they are not well equipped. So how do you even do it? I think that the decision by Mr. President need to be reviewed.
I see it as a right development based on this issue that the president has made concerning police should be withdrawn from notable personalities that are in our society. You discover that for the police to be able to combat insecurity, we have less police in the society. most of all these notable personality, you just discover that one person will be having 10 police. 10 police. If one particular person is having a police, about 10 attached to him, and the common man has no security to be attached to him, he has no security to be attached to him, then what is the fate of the masses? But to my own take, with this direction, this step that the president has taken, that all police official, army and officials should be withdrawn from notable personality, is a welcome development, so that these officers will be able to go to the city, go to the street, go to the rural area to be able to combat these bandits. Because if all this caliber of men, notable personality, are be giving policemen policemen are attached to them, it will not be a wake-up development. But if they withdraw them, everyone, all hands will not be on deck to fight insurgency, to fight bandits. But when these men are secured, they will feel less concerned about the masses. I believe that with this step that the president has taken is a very good step, so that security for lives and property concerning the common man will be appreciated. On these aspects, it has advantage and it also have disadvantage. It is good for people to have self-defense against this insecurity. But the other way around, when every man is given that license to get a gun or harm himself against attack, sometimes most people will not use it for self-protection, but rather they will begin to use it for destructive activities, like going into using it to embark on armed robbery and different. If somebody offends somebody, he can just bring out his gun and do killing. That is why it will not be encouraged. But the only advantage for the government is that let them employ more hands. Let them get more securities. People, recruit them, train them, tell them what to do, the rules and the dons that will govern their security apparatus. All these things should be put in place. Then with more and being employed and well paid, I believe that with all this, they can be able to contain this insurgency and bandits in our country.
We all know that the constitutional role of the police is the protection of lives and property. And like the president has rightly stated, the protection of lives of Nigerians are very paramount. And like the VIPs are still part of the citizens that the police is constitutionally empowered to protect. But you also realize from where the president is coming from, these VIPs form more or less like less than 10% of the larger population of Nigerians. And in that light, he feels that more attention should be given to the masses, to the larger population of Nigeria who are now faced with the challenges of insecurity, while also trying to address the manpower need of the Nigerian police. So in that regard, I totally support that directives that all available manpower now should be channeled towards the protection of the majority of Nigerians outside the VIPs that took a chunk of that number. Looking at on the right of Nigerians to own guns, I still believe that Nigeria is not yet
ripe enough for such. Even countries where they have such policies, they are trying to go by. If you see what is going on in America now, they are even trying to look at gun rights laws to see how they can be reviewed. So it's not a policy that has worked or that has been sustained in even where it is currently in force. So for Nigeria, it is not just our only gun that will solve the problem of insecurity. I can tell you, with the kind of anger, with the kind of issues we have now, if Nigerians own guns, they will be using it to settle personal scores, not even the insecurities now. So that might not really solve the problem. I think solving the problem, we need to go into community policing, volunteer security, seeing how well we can domesticate security, make security the duty of everybody, not necessarily a centralized arm of government like you have the centralized police now. So with that, I believe we can substantially bring down, if not to a barest minimum, the current challenges we have now. So it's not really whether we carry guns or not that would solve it, no.
It is a very good thing that the president is actually looking at how he can, curb security by having a lot of, security personnel on ground. But, if you have to fight insecurity by creating another level of insecurity, that's a very big problem, all right? Yes, we know that the VIPs have a lot of this, security escort with them. But if you look at this person too, they are human beings. And, somebody who has that kind of, level of position requires some level of security, around him. So for me, I will not, totally say that it is okay to withdraw all the, security personnel from the VIP. No, I do not think that's the best way to go. Instead, I think they should look for a way to have more persons in the force, in the military, in the police, and every other security agencies that can help, in this insecurity. Because the VIP are human beings. The right to own a gun, I really do not think that Nigeria is matured for such a thing. Yes, we have that in some developed countries like America, but I do not, advise that such law should be put here in Nigeria, because a lot of persons are going to take advantage of this particular, situation, and they use it to do other very, very, malicious activities. So I do not believe that Nigeria is ripe for, self-ownership of gun at this particular point in time.
Insecurity in Nigeria has eaten so deep into the life and well-being of Nigerians. Like in the area of business, it has affected us a lot. Like, for example, those our mothers who travel to village markets in this season of December, where they travel to buy plantain, yams, and others. We see many of them were unable to do this because of the insecurity, and that has also affected their own family, because they will not be able to provide for them because they were unable to do their business the way it ought to be. Like those of us in the real estate sectors, I think it affected us the more, because this is one of the most funny December I've ever experienced, whereby our brothers and sisters in diaspora, they are scared to return home to celebrate with us. And after they have saved this money, and they buy property at the end of the year, so that at least they will not count on one thing that they have achieved. But this time, many of them, they give up. Instead of coming to Edo State or or Nigeria to buy property, you will hear them saying that they want to go to places like Singapore, places like Spain. They will tell you the money they will use to buy property in Abuja, like maybe 350 million, 150 million, 200 million, is enough for them to get property in Spain. And that property in Spain will give them high return of investment than the property in Nigeria. And another thing that affected those in diaspora and the VIPs, let me use that word, very important personalities in in our country is the new law that has been passed by the president that police personnel should be withdrawn from this set of persons. And you know, the current situation of insecurity in Nigeria, so these persons, they will not be free to come in, because it's as if them coming in, they have signed their death sentence because the security is a threat to them. And at the same time, the police personnel that would have been of assistance to them to guide them is being withdrawn. So it's just as if they want to jump into a hot fry pan. So these ones is what stopped them from not coming to Nigeria, and it affected our business a lot. So those persons we are all to care for, these things restrict us to do a lot for our loved ones. Because if you don't sell property to get money, so there's no way you are going to spend money. So if you check, though we are having traffic and all these around, but the truth is that the well-being, the lifestyle of these our citizens is being compromised, because insecurity has cost them a lot. If the guns is being legalized to every citizen, it's going to cause more havoc at this initial stage. So I believe instead of legalizing gun to individuals, let's recruit more local security personnel that understand this terrain of this environment, because a stranger will not know my community more than me. So if they empower these personnel, give them good sophisticated weapon that they can use to withstand these perpetrators, the criminals, it will be able to at least help us a lot. So owning a gun or legalizing gun to Nigerians, you know, Africans, there's a way we think. Even some of the trained policemen that they are handling weapons, we see what happens after some of them have taken what they are not supposed to take. After they get, when their adrenaline get high, when they are angry, we see how they misuse the gun. So now legalizing gun for a trained person, a civilian, is going to cause more havoc and disaster to us. So I'm not in support of that.
While the opinions of our respondent varies, and some think that the statement by the president to withdraw police personnel from VIPs in the country in order to combat crime, some are also saying that it is not a welcome development. But in all of this, the security of citizens and properties should be a priority. That is what people are clamoring for, and it is something that should be done in order for lives and property of citizens to be secured and for security to be guaranteed. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
ugieni Madonna. Imagine Overo. Always near go. Hey manazo. Oh ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for joining us in the program held to Living on ITV. I am Adisuwa Sawage. So sometimes when your stomach is having a party, like a bit of a wide party, and a lot of things are going on in your stomach, and sometimes you'll be wondering what's really happening. Why are all the women having a party? What is happening to me? You may not know. So today we want to talk about peptic ulcer disease. And we have Dr. Jolly Nosa Igoma, who is going to be talking to us about that little party that always happens in your stomach, that one that you neglect, where to go to, how to go about it, and how to know if you are suffering from peptic ulcer disease. Dr. Nosa Jolly Igoma, a pleasure to have you join us today.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. And it's like we're meeting for the first time this year.
Yes, yes. Happy New
that's
Year.
awesome. Thank you for joining us. So, doctor, quickly, talk to us about peptic ulcer disease. What is it? What are the causes, the symptoms, and of course, maybe possible treatment and prevention? Let's do all of that.
Yes. Peptic ulcer disease is the commonest disease condition that we have in gastroenterology. What I'm saying is that the field of medicine that is concerned about the disease that affects the intestine, that has to do with the abdomen, has to do with gastroenterology. So that is to say that patients will always come down with pain in the abdomen. And there are different organs in the abdomen. And those organs play a different role. For as much as we humans, we eat to survive, it therefore means that there are organs that are concerned about digestion.
Okay.
And one of those prominent organs that is concerned for digestion is the stomach. The stomach also produces an acid, what refers to as the hydrochloric acid. Any food that you eat that goes to the mouth, masticates, the tooth process, it goes to the esophagus, which is the gullet. From there, it goes to the stomach. The stomach produces an acid, and the essence of this acid is to help to detoxify and, tend to destroy every microorganism that will have been in the food that we have ingested or eaten. But you get to understand that this acid, as well as the pepsin, can also act as an agent that will eat up those organs.
Okay.
So, for example, when the hydrochloric acid that is produced by the stomach, when it begins to destroy the stomach wall itself, somebody can begin to have a sore.
So why does it destroy the lining of the stomach?
There are factors that are responsible for this. Of course, the word peptic ulcer means that we can have sore in the esophagus, we can have sore in the stomach, we can have sore in the duodenum. That is to say that we have 3 types of ulcers. We have 3 types of peptic ulcers. It can be esophagus, that is the gullet. It can be the stomach itself. It can also be the first part of the small intestine, which is the duodenum. You see, there are some risk factors that will make somebody to be prone to developing this destruction of the lining of the mucosa, which covers, the stomach wall and the duodenum, to prevent acid from destroying them. Normally, there are defense mechanisms. It's supposed to be protected against self-destruction. But when somebody has an exposure to an organism referred to as Helicobacter pylori,
and what is
the commonest cause of ulcer worldwide is a bacterial infection.
Okay.
It's
not the ingestion of too much pepper, because that's
what people believe. But I will tell you that when you ingest pepper because of the spiciness of those pepper, you must have an ulcer. I would say that the pepper itself is an aggravating or a triggering factor. So the commonest cause of ulcer is presence of bacteria,
and so
which you can actually
not fasting, not starving yourself of food.
Not at all. It's just one of it anyway, but it doesn't come first. But somebody that has an ulcer and is not, undergoing prolonged fasting, it tends to exacerbate it. It tends to bring about relapse or remission in any way, because the ulcer itself is a chronic disease condition that lasts a decade, even sometimes a lifetime. For as much as once you are diagnosed of ulcer, even when we know that the incriminating factor is a Helicobacter pylori, even after the elimination therapy, when the causative agent has been removed, there are do's and don'ts. There are some certain food you have to abstain from to avoid this relapse of this ulcer. So the Helicobacter pylori is the commonest cause of this ulcer, which is capable of causing destruction to the lining of the mucosa of the stomach, as well as the duodenum. How do we get this Helicobacter pylori? We can get it through fecal-oral route, as in maybe coming in contact with stool of somebody who has Helicobacter pylori. Using toothbrush used by somebody that has Helicobacter pylori. Vomiting, coming in contact with vomiting. Because it dwells in the stomach. That is where the bacteria dwells. And what this bacteria causes is to cause destruction of the lining of the stomach. Not only that, apart from the Helicobacter pylori, we also have people that abuse pain medication. You see, pain is the commonest symptom. Some person come down with tooth pain, they come down with rheumatoid arthritis, they come down with headache, they come down with all kinds of pain. And when you take pain without doctor prescription,
that's why you take
painkillers. You take painkillers, exactly. When it's actually a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory.
And that's one of those drugs that people abuse.
Yes, it's the commonest drug of abuse. I will tell you that the possible disadvantage or complication the NSAID, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, those painkillers will cause for you is the ulcer. So those NSAID can also cause destruction to the lining of the mucosas of those stomach or the duodenum I told you about. Not only that, apart from those NSAIDs, we also have people that take alcohol. Excessive alcohol abuse can also cause destruction. Not only that, people that smoke. You see that the cigarette that people smoke, the cigarette contains a carcinogenic substance, the benzoyl-heparin. And when the benzoyl-heparin is digested, because of the metabolite it forms, like the benzoyl-heparin 7-hydroxydionephthene, it tends to, cause destruction to the lining of the stomach, thereby causing patients to be prone to developing peptic ulcer.
Okay.
Not only that, there are some disease conditions when you are in stress during deprivation, during stress, during, passing through acute difficulties, we can begin to have stress ulcer.
Okay, doctor, I'm going to pause you there. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, you have opportunity to ask Dr. Jolly questions that but as on this topic we're talking about today, peptic ulcer. If you have any question at all to call Dr. Jolly, we'll put the number on air so that you can call us. We'll take a short break now. Thank you so much for joining us again on the program Health Living. If you check your screen now, the phone number is there. Please copy it and give us a call so that you can ask Dr. Jolly any question you want to ask on peptic ulcer. A lot of persons, at least today, will know that peptic ulcer is not caused by fasting or starving yourself and all of that. There is something already in your system that causes it. And if you come in contact with all that Dr. Jolly have said to us this afternoon, so give us a call on that number on your screen right away, and you'll be able to talk to Dr. Jolly Nosai Guma. So Dr. Jolly, let's look at the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease. How will somebody know that he or she has peptic ulcer?
Yes, the commonest symptom of peptic ulcer is pain in the epigastrium. The person will have pain between the breast or sometimes in the upper part of the chest region. And this pain is a bony pain that can even wake patients up at night.
Okay.
Or that comes up very early hour of the day, that is very early in the morning. The pain, very excruciating. Apart from pain, patient can also have indigestion. Patient can have nausea and vomiting. They can have loss of appetite for food. And patient can also experience bleeding, usually when there is a complication, what we call hemorrhagic peptic ulcer. Not only that, there might be food refusal or the tendency to now begin to eat, little foods. That is when there are complications. Not only that, patients can also experience weight loss or can also experience what we call anemia, usually when the symptom is asymptomatic, other than patient just going for medical assessment and we now find out that the PCV has reduced, not knowing that there have been passage of blood through the stool.
Is it self-diagnosed or you have to go to the hospital to find out?
Yes. Just like as I said earlier on, the commonest symptom of this ulcer is pain, which is usually felt at between the breast. But not ulcer will manifest symptoms. Some ulcers is just asymptomatic until the complications start coming. Like a patient that is bleeding, that is experiencing hemorrhagic peptic ulcer, is bleeding, in the having upper GIT bleeding. So such patients, when there's stool, there's usually passage of melanal stool, what we call dark stool. So that patient might begin to have weakness over time because of the excessive loss of blood, via the stool. And when a laboratory investigation is not conducted, we'll now find out that the PCV has reduced. So in trying to evaluate the cause of the PCV, we now know that, this patient has an ulcer after doing other laboratory tests or investigation.
All right, the number to call is 0807777, that's 470300. Call in to ask Dr. Jolly questions about peptic ulcer. Perhaps you're suffering from it, or somebody who is suffering from all of the symptoms that he has mentioned. Okay, Dr. Jolly, is it a preventable disease, curable disease, treatable disease? Let us know.
Yes, ulcer is a preventable disease, but it's a worldwide disease, and persons with blood group A, we research, are most likely to suffer the gastric ulcer.
Okay, blood group A.
Blood group A, yes. People
not
with blood
genotype now,
no,
so don't mistake it. Genotype is different from blood group.
Blood group A.
Positive or negative?
Either positive or negative. As far as you are blood group A, you are most likely going to suffer the gastric ulcer. Whereas those that are blood group O, they will have what we call the duodenal ulcer. Not only that, for people that are older, maybe from the age of 45 to 60, 45 and above, they come down more with, duodenal ulcer. Whereas the gastric ulcer, people that are younger, 20s, 30s, as the case may be. But in overall, I will tell you that in preventing the peptic ulcer, other than those predisposing,
factors that you mentioned already. Yeah.
When you are avoiding smoking, automatically you are preventing ulcer for yourself. And when you also mind the kind of drugs that you take, that will iatrogenically result to the destruction of the lining of the stomach.
Well, you just talk about painkillers being a factor. What about prescription drugs?
Yes. When you take prescription, when pain is actually a symptom of many disease conditions. When you begin to treat pain, you are not using pain. That is more of a symptomatic treatment. When the cause of the pain is treated, you might not even need to live on painkiller.
Painkillers.
So a good doctor should be able to tell you the need of curing the cause of the pain than taking painkiller for a long time that will now, result to the destruction of the lining of the stomach, thereby causing the peptic ulcer disease. Not only that, when you avoid excessive intake of alcohol, you're also preventing, peptic ulcer. Then the use of spicy food, excessive salt intake, fried foods. When you take food in moderation, of course, you're also preventing the peptic ulcer disease.
Okay. Let's look at treatment. How is treatment like?
Yes, the treatment of peptic ulcer is after a laboratory investigation has been done. As I said earlier on, the commonest cause of peptic ulcer is Helicobacter pylori. So when we do the urea breath test, it's a test that is conducted where the presence of Helicobacter pylori is not detected in the carbon label urea breath test. Of course, we cannot do what we call the elimination therapy by trying to kill or destroy this bacterial organism from the stomach. Not only that, we can also evaluate the presence, because not actually all symptoms that patient presents, not all abdominal pain.
All right, Doctor, hold on. I think we have a call now. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, please tell us your name and ask your question.
My name is Victor. I'm calling from Benin.
Okay, go ahead with your question, Victor.
I want to confirm, ma'am.
Okay.
My wife, before she had an amazing flow, she was really busy. So I thought it was pregnancy, so I bought breastfeed for her, and it showed she was pregnant. But she's still feeling amazing, and she's feeling pains.
Okay, your wife is pregnant, she's still in her period, and she's having pains. How old is the pregnancy?
Just like 3 weeks now.
3 months? 3 weeks pregnancy, doctor.
Okay, might just be an implantation bleeding.
Okay.
Well, it's possible for somebody to bleed physiologically when the blastocyst or the embryo is trying to implant to the endometrium of the uterus. Your wife can just experience small bleeding at that particular point in time. But it's not a thing that you have to overlook. An ultrasound scan will have to be done to see if it's a placenta problem. Because when the placenta is at the lower segment of the uterus, so that might also, what we call placenta previa, that might also be the cause of the bleeding. Okay. So I would advise you to go and do an ultrasound scan. But notwithstanding, if an ultrasound scan is conducted and the embryo is in a good state, it therefore means that it's a physiological bleeding, what we call the plantation bleeding.
Okay, thank you for calling. So, doctor, let's continue with our treatment.
Yes. the most important thing is for us to know the incriminating cause of this ulcer. And I will tell you that if other test is conducted, like the gastroscopy or the gastroduodenoscopy, we will be able to know if actually the pain.
Hello, caller. Can you reduce the audio level in the television set and ask question? Who are we speaking with? Hello? Okay, doctor, just go on. I'm sure.
So we have to know exactly if the cause of the pain is as a result of peptic ulcer, because other pains might also mimic the peptic ulcer. Okay. It could be pancreatitis. It could be, a gallbladder disease. So these are the things that we have to roll out before we now say, okay, we have to treat this ulcer. The reason why laboratory investigation, we cannot use the symptom alone to treat the patient. There are other tests that have to be carried out. And not only that, surgery might also be an option, especially when there are complications. I will tell you that patients who have had just a normal peptic ulcer in the past, but with complication of perforation means that with time, there is now a white tear in the lining of the stomach or the duodenum, as the case may be.
Okay, we have a call. Hello, caller. Hello. Okay, I think the caller left. All right, doctor, what's the way forward now as we round up?
Yes. You see that in treatment of the peptic ulcer, there are medical treatments, there are surgical treatments. But the surgical treatment, most often than not, is when the medical treatment fails. When I say medical treatment, it involves the use of medication without surgical intervention. So when we plan patient for surgical intervention, it means that the medical treatment is not working. And in that case, we can even bypass the stomach if there is, a sore. When we say ulcer means sore. Just like the way somebody can have a sore in their lower leg or their leg, as the case may be. So the sore in your stomach is what we call the ulcer. So we can bypass the sore, or we can even do what we call a partial gastrectomy by cutting off that sore, doing a repair, what we call Barrett's type 1 or Barrett type 2, depending on the bypass we want to do.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, our time is up. I want to say thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the program. And we hope to do this again. A lot of persons now know that ulcer can be very dangerous and it can be very deadly if you do not take action on time. So thank you, doctor, for your time. We'll see you again next week on the program, Healthy Living. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Atwage, Abata Pae. Ojode Atwage, Abata Pae. Atwage, Abata Pae. Atwage, Abata Pae. Egwetua.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Aji. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamina now. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicant in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, The moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being.
No.
The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such,
yes, right.
in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow trade, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, you are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp one of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that they are abominations devised by the devil. That you know abstain from them so I can be successful. Now, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable, to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults because of what? Consumption of these intoxicants. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet Islam, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet Islam says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicant is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For the Bunyamin idea, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them? So that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it.
Well, according to the Prophet ﷺ, it was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Correlation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery, are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder? Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest, they can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing, it's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life, but it is not true. You are harming yourself, you are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I maybe you are a professor in the University of Benin, so you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicants. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure heart cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively, and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the I mean, the tramadol, even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program, Message of Islam. The topic discussed, Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was reduced to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. And your uncle, Al-Ajj Al-Amin Alao. Viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyekohai. Now, today on Heritage, we're taking a trip down to Namibia to go see what they have for us. Now, Namibia has a population of 2.8 million people and they gained their independence from South Africa 1990. Yes, that is history for you today on Heritage. Now, with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyekohai, we will be taking a trip, yes, down to Namibia. Let's go see the special dance they have for us. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial.
This is the special Tumpahoki dance of the people of Northern Namibia. These people are associated with the Kavango region of Namibia. The Tumpahoki Cultural Dancing Group is a group of students based in Namibia that performed traditional dances. This group is active in bringing vibrancy to cultural heritage of the people of Namibia, especially during weddings, particularly in the northern Namibia.
Skakata kuna nikapita kunua mema. Napenda kunua mema. Ndani ya kwa salama kaira hiyo.
performance is characterized by a frenetic, shaking and highly agile dance style where the dancers uses the seats to move rapidly. The dancers interact with musicians and the crowd, sometimes chasing other performances who are acting out of fear or bravado. The Tupuhuki dance, the dancers are driven by intense drumming and singing that motivated them to perform to the ultimate expected of them.
Kama mnaweza tulikita hakuna mtu anapata. Na inasikakata. Na mnakulivinda tunapata kwa magari kujamo.
Alright, sure, it certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Namibia. Yes, it has a population of 2.8 million people. Yes, that is history for you. Now, till we'll be seen again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day and an exciting week ahead of you. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
yenu wo ni me wa yele na ga ina so ti mi egewe una le ti di agun ya ya zo mo dion
meje
mi o pa
meje ma son meje we say ma je we na bo here ina be aje be do
ina do ba o yes ina do so mo
yes meje we say da menisa we say da menisa ina bo here we say Madia. Ise. Masih papa gawasi, gawasi.
Sama tope.
Ise.
Ogo meso. Gogo same. Sama tope.
Ize. Wayagi ma pon me sama me. Igaro we. Wayagi ma pon me sama me. Igaro we. Wagu me pe gbidejo. Igaro we.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I went to us and I know what I will
say. Papa.
Caliban wa yina ko polo na wise o pe dio baba e ko wana sewa e wa ya lo de de we asewa ma awe wo we ni ne e jo wi e jo na we e jo na polo Ìjọba lórí àpò àyẹ̀wò àgbẹ̀wọ̀dà.
Iṣẹ́
báwo kú ọba ọjọ́ wòye kájẹ́dé nẹ́ẹ̀nà ayájẹ́ wòye báwo kú àjẹwò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
right, guys, it's another lovely Monday evening, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of your #1 rendezvous for guys on television, and that's none other than the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the City of Bronze. Yep, I love to call it the city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that teaches men to prioritize themselves, to put themselves first, to take very good care of themselves, and to invest in themselves. Only that way can they invest in others. There's a whole lot that's expected of men out there, right? As a man, you are, in fact, like some adages would say, the moment you are born as a man, the world is on your shoulders. So you can't afford to fail, because if you fail, it means that you have failed everyone around you. So basically, it's not easy being a man. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to say welcome on board once again. Now, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing gentleman with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very, very interesting conversation today. Now, he goes by the name of Michael Imagbejian. It's good to have you in the house, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again.
Absolutely. It's been a while. I mean.
Yeah. A bit of work. I've been swamped at work, so only one or two things.
So how's it been, though?
It's been great. It's been great. We have to make ends meet.
Definitely. I mean, it's all part of what I said earlier, that, as a man, a whole lot is expected of you, so you can't afford not to, live up to expectations.
Of course, yeah. In this rigid economy, you have to be rigid.
You've got to be rigid.
Of course, yeah.
When times get hard, you go harder.
Yeah, of course.
All right, welcome on board.
Thank you.
Now, so we're taking a look at a very important discourse tonight, all right? It's something that has to do with love, lust, and obsession. Okay, now as distinct as these three words are, there seems to be some sort of similarities between them. They are as similar as they are different. For example, love is defined by so many persons in so many ways. So if you ask like 5 persons to define love, for instance, there's a tendency that their definitions are going to differ. So, love is something that is based on people's experiences. So how I will define love is probably different from how you will define it. So if you were asked to define love, for instance, how would you define it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Love is actually a very, very important thing, all right? And over the years, the word love has been bastardized by different persons. And I will want to define love as putting someone else's needs before yours, all right? So I want to make use of an example of a mother. Now, if a mother, maybe a child is ravenous and the mother is ravenous to you're hungry. See, if the mother has 500 naira, the mother will want to spend it on the child. That's because the mother loves the child. One of the love, that's what they call the love, because the child needs to come before the mother. That's the example of love.
Okay.
You get, so it has to be putting somebody, doesn't mean you have to kill yourself. No. You get my point.
Okay.
So it has to be, you just have to consider the person first. Most of the things that you think about, the person comes first. Get, now maybe as a guy, you want to venture into business, you think about the lady. Join me, let's think, let's meet minds.
Let's rub minds,
yeah. Let's meet minds, you get. So that person's needs have to come before yours. Even if you are going to a job or particular thing, you have to consider the person, will it affect this my partner?
Okay.
Will all my attention not be sold into this my job? So that's just the most of the concept of that love.
So in other words, love is putting someone else's needs
before
yours.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's take a look at the next word in this context. How would you define lust?
All right. I think the word lust is actually ambiguous.
Okay.
Yeah. In the relationship context, lust will be taken or carried away by what you see.
Okay.
What you hear.
Being physically attracted to someone.
Physically attracted to what you see.
Okay.
Like most guys today, they are moved by voluptuous ladies. They are moved by voluptuous ladies. They're not actually moved by, see, they just want to show off. They want to showcase that this is the person I'm with. There's this phrase or this cliche that people normally use now. They want everybody to comment God when in their post.
Okay. So they're looking for trophy women.
Of course. You understand? So this is that voluptuous lady. They want to. So they sometimes confuse that thing for love. Most of the time, they want to always call the person. They want to always see the person. They want to always go out to the person to showcase. It's not actually love.
Okay.
You get it. They're just moved by this.
By the person's appearance.
Of course, not actually what they feel.
Okay.
You understand what they feel from the heart.
Okay.
Just what they are moved by the physics stuff. the flesh.
Okay.
You understand? So that's just it, basically.
And then, of course, there's the third one, which is obsession.
Obsession.
You know, obsession is often mistaken for love, right? This is because when someone is obsessed, for instance, they tend to go the extra mile to do certain things that might suggest that they are actually acting in that person's favor.
Yeah.
But when you take a look at the extremes of those things that they're doing, you get to realize that it's really not love after all.
Of course, yeah.
That, you know, there's something else that's driving them. There's another driving force entirely.
Yeah.
So how do you know when someone is obsessed and not in love?
All right. You know, this obsession thing is I don't know the point right now, but many persons are upset, but they actually think they're in love.
Okay.
All right. Now, for example, now most people in relationship, they don't want to give the partner breathing space. That definitely does not love.
They're obsessed.
They're crazily obsessed.
Okay.
Now, if you actually love someone, sometimes you want to give the person breathing space so that the person can be happy. Okay, I'm at work and you keep calling me and you keep saying that person's voice I hear is that not the female voice that I hear. That will lead to jeopardy. That's not love. You're pushing me to the wall.
Okay.
You want to make me go crazy. I'll not be happy. And in love, you have to be happy. There has to be a certain great amount of happiness. But this one, you are pushing me to the wall. I'll fall into melancholy. I'll start thinking like, okay, let me do what to please this person. You know, I want to please this person. Then it becomes bogus
So
life.
the person begins to walk on eggshells.
You understand? So I begin to live this kind of bogus life. I'll start pretending to please you. And of course, I won't be happy internally.
And you won't be yourself.
I won't be myself. I will not be pretending when you are there. And that's not really love. Love is just, I just have to be free. I can do nothing things where you are. And you like me like that. You get?
Okay.
So that obsession now comes with extremity. You understand? That's what I put it.
Okay, now we've seen several cases of men who went as far as inflicting bodily harm on, you know, people they claim to be in love with. You see guys who are in relationships and you begin to hear stories of them, you know, like I saw a particular video, for instance, on Facebook of a guy who stabbed his girlfriend in the belly and she was in the pool of her blood, right? I don't know what happened between them. I think the girl also harmed him somehow because both of them were bleeding profusely, right? Now, news has it that it was on account of something that happened between them. It was on account of, you know, the guy suspecting her of having an affair with someone else. Now, some persons have also argued that it is way better to just call it quits if you can no longer, you know, tolerate certain things rather than going as far as inflicting bodily harm. Now, wouldn't you consider that an act of obsession?
Yeah, that would be a wonderful example of obsession.
Okay.
Yeah. See, the person that you love, you don't want to see them hurt. Or you don't want to see them hurt psychologically, emotionally, physically. In fact, if you love a flower, most of the time, let me use that particular Chinese phrase. If you love a flower, you don't pluck it and eat it. You keep watering it.
Okay.
Now, if you love someone,
so you want to watch it grow.
Just want to watch it grow. You want to keep that. You want to see it blossom. You won't hurt them. You do everything. You be their vigilante. You want to protect them at all costs. So going the extreme to want to hurt someone, that's not love. But love will not push you. In fact, love will stop you from hurting the ones you claim to love.
Okay, but some persons have also argued that first off, that's the example I just gave is an offshoot of jealousy or insecurity, right? And then there are people who argue that jealousy is a sign of love. That it takes someone who loves you to be jealous over you.
All right. Okay.
What's your take on that?
Let me step into that.
Okay.
They said, I think there's this disparity between jealousy and insecurity.
Okay.
Jealousy is angry or sad. Somebody have what you want. Insecurity is you are scared to lose what you have.
Okay, then there's also the dimension of jealousy that suggests that, you know, you might be scared of losing someone. For example, you're in a relationship with someone and you're scared that the person you're with might be giving attention to someone else, which might lead to you losing that person to the other person.
That's what I'm saying right now.
Okay, so you think that is not jealousy?
No. See, if I'm feeling insecure, I'm afraid that they want to come and steal something from me. The jealousy, like the denotative meaning of jealousy is Like you're angry or sad that somebody have what you want.
Okay.
So your partner is already yours.
Okay.
There is no need to be angry or sad for that. But insecurity is you are scared to lose what you have. So people actually misconstrue both of them. You understand?
Okay.
You understand? That's what the concept about it.
Now, we've seen people who claim to be in love, but if you tell them, okay, for example, there are some ladies that will tell you that, say, some guys cannot stand a sexless relationship, right? And then the moment you tell some guys that, see, there's no sex in this relationship, we're just going to keep it, casual, keep it as platonic as possible. And then they'll tell you, no, it can't work. Now, how can such guys claim to be in love? Do you think that's love? Do you think love is possible without coupling, without sex?
Yeah.
Because we're looking at this now as regards, the lost part. It's like a tripod: love, lust, and obsession. So I want us to look at it holistically. So do you think it's possible for someone to be in love without being lustful?
Yes, thank you very much. That is very, very, very possible. In fact, I think it's more healthy not to have sex, especially in this period, not to have sex in a relationship.
Okay.
Because most times right now, you see some guys, they get tired of the relationship when the sex becomes too much. Before you know it, they want to look elsewhere for fresher meat. You understand? So
okay.
it's actually
do
possible.
you mean do you by any means are you by any means referring to over familiarity?
Yeah, over familiarity.
So you get too familiar with it.
Yes. Sometimes maturity comes in. Maturity. What is that? Let's have a talk, right? Let's have a tete-a-tete. Like, what should we and what should we not do? See, if the girl says she doesn't want, that's when the love comes in. You have to respect it because it's not bad for her to reject sex. She says she wants to keep it for you. As a responsible man, you should applaud her.
Okay.
And do your level best to protecting that stuff, protecting everything about it.
Knowing very well that it's still going to be yours in the long run.
Yours for eternity. So you don't have to rush. That's where the love comes in. So most of the time, love brings in understanding. No matter how crazy somebody can be, it brings in understanding. Sometimes that love for that person. See, if the girl say, I don't want that, if you force yourself or you get to do it, maybe
against her will.
Yes. You will hurt her, and somebody that you love, you can't hurt the person. So that's when maturity comes in. So that maturity there have to be this agreement, this consensus that we don't want this particular thing now because, well, it's not actually a need. It's not actually a basic thing that we need right now.
Okay.
Because it's just like a flash before it's gone. Sex ends once it ends in bed. It doesn't continue.
Okay.
The feeling is ethereal. We know that.
Okay.
But it's just, how do I put it? It's ephemeral. You get, it's just lasting for a very short time.
Okay.
You get, so it's not something that prolongs. So if you really, really love the person, you want to see reasons why the person say, I don't want, and I'm not keeping it for you. That's better. As a man with sagacity, you need to understand that, okay, I'm good with it.
Okay.
You get, and flow with it, and you see everything going smoothly. Understand?
All right, thank you very much. Just in case you're just joining us, it's the Guys Hangout show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at love, lust, and obsession. Now, it's a very interesting topic because, like I said in the opening, these three concepts are closely knitted. They are closely related, and if care is not taken, there's a tendency for you to get them mixed up, right? But they are, three distinct concepts. All right? Now, Mike, you said earlier, just before I interrupted you, that there are people who feel entitled to a woman's body. There are guys who believe, just because they're in a relationship with a lady, they should have unfettered access to her body. Now, if you tell them what you just said, that they have to respect a woman's decision to keep herself till marriage, they will also tell you that, well, at least I'm taking care of her. Does that also mean that I should withdraw my finances or do you understand? What do you make of that kind of notion?
All right, that's a poorer mentality. A man that has future plans for a lady and matured upstairs, we don't want to do that. First of all, I don't think she forced you into spending for her.
Okay.
It was just out of willingness.
But we've also seen situations where a lady would, gaslight or manipulate a man into spending for her. Some of them don't outrightly ask.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You understand? I mean, Valentine just, came to an end. And of course, you know what that means. A lot of guys were under intense pressure, to live up to certain expectations, like, buying gifts, sending money, taking care of her and all of that. Some of these ladies don't outrightly ask.
Yeah.
All they do is just complain and tell you, oh, I need to make my hair.
They begin to compare you with.
Do you understand? And begin to, in fact, some of them will even tell you about their friends and what their friends' boyfriends are doing for them.
Guess what? Do you know that my friend Benedicta, the boyfriend,
exactly,
indirect.
Exactly. So some guys see that as an indirect mode of making demands or making requests. What do you make of that?
All right. If you don't have, let the person know you don't have.
Okay.
That's where it comes. In the outset of the relationship, you should know if you want to get, to this thing with, the person, this extravagant person. This person is spendthrift. Only want to ask you for money and everything. It's not the kind of person you are with.
You're dealing with, okay.
When at the outset of the relationship, you knew that this is the kind of person that he is, and you went eventually.
So you're saying that guys should take their time to vet,
of course,
ladies that they are getting involved with.
Them, but not for too long.
Okay.
You don't be too long. And study them, know the kind of person you are with. Okay. Some of them can just change up their colors, that camouflage.
And pull surprises on you. Okay.
Understand? So the truth of the matter is that most of these guys, they don't force you. See, if you know your pocket, go along with the pockets. You don't have to kill yourself. If a guy dies because of a girl, another guy will follow.
Continue from where he stopped.
Not just that, another guy will follow her to your burial. That's the painful part of it. So you don't have to die for a lady. Do the way your pockets can
cut your coat according to your cloth.
Of course, according to your cloth. You understand? So just do the way you think you do. Don't go beyond that. Don't go beyond to please. Human wants are insatiable. Okay. You can borrow 1 billion for her. She will still go for somebody that will give out 5 million. Okay. So just do your level best and leave the rest. Understand? So a mature lady will understand.
A mature lady.
Of course.
I think that's very key, because the sad thing is, a lot of, just like you said, a lot of guys do not take their time to study the kind of ladies that they're getting involved with.
Moved by what they saw. Let me just go into a bit later. We'll begin to understand ourselves. Sometimes predicament begin to come up.
And it begins to reveal people's true colors.
Good. That's when you not hear that if I knew this how you were, I wouldn't have entered a relationship with. That's a pang, for people to hear. If I knew you were like this. Okay. You knew from the outset. You just turned the blind eyes.
So you mean guys tend to ignore the red flags from the start?
They tend to, I beg, and this is the kind of person I want body-wise. Just enter, but later they begin to see some terrible things.
Surprises. Okay.
You understand?
Now, you said something earlier about the fear of losing, one's partner, as one of the reasons why some guys do what they do, right? Now, do you also agree? Because some persons will tell you that, say, if you want to know if someone loves you, or if something belongs to you, or if you're a bird, I think there's an adage like that. Like if you want to know if your bird is loyal to you, release it, let it fly away, right? If it comes back to you, then it's yours. But if it doesn't come back, then it means it was never yours in the first place. Do you think that rule also applies to relationships?
No, of course. Yeah, somebody that really loves you will not want to see you be alone. The person will wants to be with you. Not in the case of the obsession. Okay. It wants to be with you. It wants to ask about you. Like it
wants to check up on you. Wants to know what's up with you.
I just want to know if you're okay. Oh, you're busy. All right. We can talk some other time. Maturity. So the person that really loves you want to stay in thick and in thin. No matter. See, the person that really loves you, if a problem arises, it won't threaten you with, I will just leave you. We'll break up. That's childishness. The person that really loves you will be like, okay, after the altercation, all right, it's okay. All right,
what's the way forward? Can we sort things out?
You know you were wrong. I'm wrong, actually. I'm sorry. But you know you were wrong, and I will not want that to repeat itself. Be a smooth relationship. Okay. Understand? So the person that really loves you will not want to leave or threaten you with, I'm going to leave, and that kind of stuff. Understand?
Now, how do you deal with this fear of losing a partner? Do you think it's a sign of insecurity? Or do you think it's a healthy feeling that anyone that's in love should have?
Yeah, but it should not be too extreme. Now, if I love my phone because it has so much content, I will not want to lose. I'll protect it with my life. In fact, when I bought the taxi, I always remove my pocket and hold it in my hand. That's because of the value I place on the phone. Okay. Now, if I'm afraid to lose someone, to me, is one of the peak of love. If I'm not afraid to lose you, it means you don't love them. No worth to me, and there's no love. I've gotten what I want from you, then you can go. But if I have this menial phobia to lose you,
okay,
of course it means that there is love. Yes, that's just the concept about it. So your partner must have this tiny fear, like this insecurity. It mustn't be jealous, because sometimes jealousy leads to something crazy.
Okay.
Your emotions will just get the better part of you, and you see yourself doing things that you are not actually or didn't plan for.
Okay.
So that tint of insecurity is actually good. It's actually a good sign. It's a green flag to me. So your partner must have this a little bit of fear, like of not wanting to lose you.
Of losing you. Okay. Yeah. Now let's take a look at the concept of patience and perseverance, right? As regards love, as regards relationship. Do you think people of this generation are patient enough? Do you think they persevere enough? Because a lot of times you hear stories, or you hear people say stuff like, "See, I have zero tolerance for nonsense. If you misbehave, in fact, I can't even tolerate any drama from anybody." Like, everybody is just so quick to move on. So do you think that's healthy?
I think it's fearfully unhealthy, because then we're in the Gen Z era, whereby people just believe relationship now is more of sex. If you see some guys now, some guys can have their friend. You are very foolish for not sleeping with this girl till now. You understand? So that kind of particular pressure now, it hits on the guy or the girl, or maybe a girl is not actually gaining so much from the guy. There's this pressure from the friends that you're not actually gaining from this guy. Okay. Now, for the patience talks inside. Now, the patience there is not actually there.
Okay.
Anymore. They don't see, most of the females want to make quick money. They just want to. They think that the relationship now is an asset. Is like a means of getting money. So if you're not able
it's a means to an end now.
Of course, like if you are working and you're not giving them money, they keep giving you some signals.
Okay.
Like, see, I'm giving you from now till this particular period.
And if you can't live up to expectation,
I want to buy this Bone Street or Bone Bend, whatever. If you're not able to meet up to the time, I will quit. They will threaten you, and that guy will fall into depression or melancholy.
All right.
You understand?
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. I really wish we had more time to expatiate on this. We really do have to go. I want to say a very big thank you to you for being a part of the show. We've been taking a look at love, lust, and obsession. Now, these three concepts are very, very related. But at the same time, they are different, they are distinct, okay? But here's the most important thing in all of this. Whatever you do, ensure that you do it in the spirit of love, right? See, there's a tendency for us to be selfish sometimes, right? We just get carried away by what we need and what we want, but it must not be at the expense of someone else, okay? Yes, we advocate that guys should prioritize themselves, but at the same time, you must understand that you do not exist in a vacuum. So whatever you do, put the interest of your partner into consideration. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojode Atwaje, Abatope. Ayabatope, Abatope. Adaye Atwaje, Abatope. Egwetuwa.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Love, crush, and infatuation. Now, these are three terms that have similarities. But you see, it all depends on the perspective from which you're looking at it. Now, today we are looking at a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with the teenage perspective to infatuation, or rather, the teenage perspective to love and relationship. And that's basically what we're looking at today. Now, this is how I'd like to say welcome to Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is always a pleasure to have you join me on the show. Now, like I said, it is a very interesting conversation because, you know, love is a very broad subject. But when you are looking at it through the prism of a teenager, then you'll see that it's a different thing entirely. Now, I've got two amazing personalities in the house with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to this conversation. Now, to my far left is a teens coach. She goes by the name of Isioma Ogbeide. Welcome on board, Isioma.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year once again.
Yeah, same to you. It's actually our first time of seeing this year.
Yeah.
Interesting. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, and seated next to Isioma is Abigail, another teams coach. And I think her surname is Aiwobahi.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year too. I think it's
Same
also our first
yes,
time of seeing this year.
This is our first time.
All right, so let's hit the ground running. A very interesting topic, you'll agree with me.
Yeah.
Teenage perspective to love and relationship. Who would like to take the first shot? Maybe you, Abigail.
Okay.
When a teenager says he or she has a crush, what comes to your mind? What does it imply?
Okay, I like the way you use the word crush.
Okay.
Because most times when I interact with teenagers and they tell me they're having a crush, I'm relaxed. I'm not.
Why are you
yes,
relaxed?
I'm relaxed because if you look at the dictionary meaning of a crush, it's like a strong attraction that doesn't last long. So if a teenager tells me that, ma or auntie, I'm having a crush on this girl, or I'm having a crush on this boy, so I presume, or I assume that they've already looked at, they understand what a crush means, that it's not going to last. It's not something that will last. So I'm really relaxed. It's only when they tell me that I don't really know I'm feeling about this person, I think I'm in love, So that's when I want to go through the difference between love, lust, and infatuation. Because when we talk about teenagers having a crush, it's a normal process of growing up. It's something that everyone we experience, you know, with the onset.
It's a phase?
Yes, it's a phase. With the onset of puberty, it's normal. You know, there are so many changes that is going on in the body of a growing adolescent. Physical changes, emotional changes, and social changes. So one of such emotional changes that they begin to notice the opposite sex. Now, if we even bring it down before they get to that, because when we look at adolescent, maybe around the age of from 11 to 19, if we even bring it down, studies will tell you that even children below as early as 6 years can experience a crush. Yes, as early, but it's just harmless. It's not something that's serious like when they get to around that age of 9 or 10. So you know,
kind of fascinating.
It's fascinating. Yes,
imagine a 6-year-old or 7-year-old having a crush.
It is. Sometimes it may be that if for instance, if you notice that your child is constantly talking about it, but it's the way they're having it for younger age. It's not like that kind of sexual attraction like maybe the way adults will imagine it. They just like this person. Sometimes maybe that person is a new student in the school. They are interested, they want to be friends with that person. They are 10 because I've noticed it in my child. It's something that I have kind of, I had a first-hand experience. Like there was a time my son was always talking about this particular, the name was always on his lips, like this particular name, but after some time I didn't hear the name again.
So the phase passed.
Yes, it's a phase. So but as they grow, as they mature, that feelings may begin to grow strong. But like experts will say, most of the feelings that teenagers experience at that particular stage, because it's a, you know, it's a transition period. There's a lot going on within them. Their emotions are high, their hormones are high. So most of the feelings they're having at that particular time is not true love. It is infatuation. So if a teenager can understand that, okay, what I'm experiencing at this point is a crush, so I believe that they will not want to act on it immediately. They will want to just give it time, because that's what we always encourage teenagers. If you think you have feelings for this person, why don't you give it time? Give it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If that feeling is still there, there's probably true love. Because for infatuation dies with time, but love peaks. You see, realize that it grows over time. So if my teenager tells me that they're having a crush, because even if they tell you they're having a crush, you have to give them ways on how to, you understand, to manage it. Not just, okay, you're having a crush, you laugh over it and you just forget about it. You give them, you groom them, you teach them what they're expected to know at that particular time. Sometimes when I talk to my teenagers about having a crush, I let them know that it is normal, it's a normal part of growing up, but it doesn't mean you need to act on it. And you don't even need to let that person notice, because there are times the person will not notice that you are crushing on them. What about if they also reciprocate it and they begin to ask you out, or they're interested in you, they want you to, they want you to be their girlfriend or their boyfriend. So it also boils down to the value system in the home, because I think these are conversations that parents should be having with their children beforehand, because sometimes you might be unaware. In schools, I've been in the educational sector for a long time to see that even children as early as primary 4, primary 3, they write love letters.
Wow.
Yes, as early as that, they exchange. They have a girlfriend, they have a boyfriend. Sometimes you flog them, you beat them. How are they learning? Sometimes because you are not the only influence over your children. They read books. Some of them read romantic books. You might not know they watch romance. So even sometimes we say that is normal for them to experience that. Sometimes the kind of movies or the kind of content that is supposed to can also bring about that fantasy. They begin to daydream about this person. They just want this special person. So I think these are conversations that parents should have with their children on love, crush, and infatuation, even before they get to that age of 13.
A big thank you to you, Abigail, for your very brilliant analysis. I would like to know, Isioma, do you share that thought? Do you believe, because she just equated a crush to infatuation, do you think it's the same thing? Is it not possible for a crush to metamorphose into something solid?
Okay, so equating crush and infatuation doesn't mean that it can't evolve finally to love. But I would like to put in this analogy when it comes to the issue of crush. The fact is that these emotions, like you already rightly said, they are part of your normal development as a child, going into teenagehood and into adulthood, because you will need those emotions much later in life to handle relationships, even in marriage and all. So first baseline is that it's not wrong for you to have such emotions. But again, because at that time your maturity level might not be able to handle certain responsibilities, that's where that caution now comes in. Because even if, of course, that you know that you have so much money as a parent, or you can afford a car for your child, you wouldn't give your 6-year-old child a car to drive.
True.
Doesn't make it that that child doesn't need a car, but at that time
you love the child less.
Yes, and doesn't mean you love the child less. So for the mere fact that fine, you are having this infatuation towards this person or having a crush towards this person, doesn't actually mean that at that time you really need to now go all in to get totally involved to the extent that it now begins to distract you or anything. Because really true love is not even about all of the feelings. Like we know, there are things that will come up that will challenge those feelings, and if you are not ready for it, it will cause a mess.
It will cause a mess. Now, how do teenagers define love, and how is it different from attraction? Abigail?
Okay, from a teenager's perspective, because I'll be speaking as a teen mentor from what I have seen. You know, as I mentioned earlier, this adolescent stage is a very peculiar and unique phase for teenagers, and there are so many changes that is going on in their body, physically, emotionally, and socially. And the thing is that from the perspective of a teenager, when they're having that feeling of attraction or this infatuation for someone, most times they see it as true love. That's from the perspective, most of them, except the ones that are already, they have been pre-informed, maybe because of the kind of environment or the level of information they have received over time. But sometimes, because that feeling is so intense, you know, we were once there now. Every one of us, it's something that we've experienced. You'll be daydreaming about this person, you'll be thinking about this person. Like, there are times you cannot even do anything. By the time when this person walk past or you walk past, your heart breath will cease. You understand? So it's like that. You just feel like this. You will begin to daydream about how you are going to wear that wedding gown. How it's for life. This is going. In fact, even at that point, even some of them, when they begin to maybe take the feelings further, they begin to date that person. By the time you begin to advise them or caution them that this thing will not last, sometimes we adults, we want to caution them. They will think that you are just saying your own. It's your own. They want to act on that feeling because
you don't want them to be happy.
Yes, because sometimes they will even look at you like old school. They will even tell you that you have lived your life. They'll tell you that you've lived your life. You want to come out. Why don't you want me to be happy? Especially maybe sometimes maybe you are a teacher or maybe you are not married. They will say that you are a killjoy. You are not. They will have that kind of view. It's happened sometimes. Like Auntie Isioma rightly said, because they are having that feeling doesn't mean that they should act on it they should give it time. So when teenagers are in that particular phase, even we adults will try to talk them out of it. What you are feeling is infatuation. It won't last. Just some of them will just, in fact, at that particular phase, to them it is true love. It is true love. So that's how they view love at that particular time. Then another thing is that if, for instance, that teenager is growing up in a home where their parents are available, you understand, they can have such conversations with them, then it can also influence their view. Then bringing it down to the family dynamics, because we are looking at the perspective, the view, how teenagers view love. You know, people view love in different ways. Some people view love as transactional. Some people view love as is something you have to give something to get another thing in return. The kind of family dynamics, if a child is growing up in a home where there is love, the parents are like, they are in tune with each other, there is mutual love, understanding, and respect. That child will also grow up with that positive mindset that this is how love ought to be, and they will not want to settle for less. But if that child is growing up in a chaotic kind of home environment whereby the parents are always at loggerheads, there's conflict, it can even lead to unhealthy attachment style. There are some people that will tell you, no, I can never fall in love, because maybe their mother, they've seen how maybe the mother is always begging for attention from the father, or let's say the father is only when the man drops money or when he provides, that's when the wife will show him attention. So the boys will also internalize that for me to gain love, for me to get love, I need to make money for me to gain love from girls. So that's that kind of mindset. So the family dynamics can also influence the perspective teenagers have about love.
Okay, Isioma, you have something to add to that?
Okay, so something else about the love that at that age most teenagers feel is that most time it's so intense and more of emotions rather than deep-seated respect or how will I put it, the entirety of the person is not involved in it. So most times it's more superficial. Why will I say this? Because if you notice, when we really talk about love, fine, it might start with the physical attraction, yes. But much later, as love grows, it goes beyond the physical attraction. You now start looking at the personality of this individual. Because fine, I might go to a mall and I love something, I'm attracted to the pack,
the packaging,
I will buy it. But when I take it and I don't feel good about it, or something about it puts me off, what happens? I discard it.
So beyond the attraction or the physical attraction, the content and the substance do matter.
Yeah. Do matter. But at that teenage, that first age, it's usually, oh, this guy is tall, dark, handsome. Oh, I love the way she speaks. Oh, I love the way she walks.
But do teenagers put all of these factors you just mentioned into consideration? Do they
at
consider
that
the personality
stage,
of the person? Okay.
Because much later, when a few of them get really involved, they now find out that, wow,
this is not really what I want.
This is not what I ordered versus what I got.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Isioma, for that very interesting one. Well, it's still Flip Side on independent television, and we're discussing the teenage perspective to love and relationship. We have to go on this break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. It's still Flip Side on independent television. Now, Abigail, this question goes to you. A lot of young people of this era are exposed to social media. As a matter of fact, social media is like the real world to them, because some of them spend more time on social media than the real world. So how do social media materials influence them and influence their perspective to love and relationship?
All right. Okay, like in this time and age, in this digital age, social media have a kind of a strong influence on teenagers' perspective about love and relationship, because like you said, they spend a large proportion of their time on social media, and these sources, these online platforms can now serve kind of a source of reference for or information as regards relationship and romance. One thing I've come to notice is about social media, because when we talk about social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, there is a way they, especially social media influencers, there's a way they portray this kind of curated image, this kind of perspective of happy couples. You know, when you come on social media, you see someone be an influencer you are following, the way they depict their relationship is just about soft lives, money, vacation, going, you know, gifts, all the kind of fairy tale. So this kind of unrealistic portrayal of relationship. I'm not trying to say that relationship is not romantic, relationship is not glamorous, it's not sweet, it is sweet. Love is a beautiful thing, but there is a way they portray it to their audience. And one thing is that when you share a particular image or let's say a particular content on social media, you cannot direct the way the audience interprets it. It's just like I think some months back I was reading this content on social media that and there was a time that a lot of people were writing books, they were publicizing it on Facebook, on social media. I just wrote this book, I was invited to this speaking engagement, and I just won this deal. A lot of people were just kind of posting their wins. People still do that on social media. Then somebody was now saying that a lot of people were intimidated. You that were intimidated, that's how you choose to see, because the person who put that out there, their intention is not to intimidate. Maybe they just like to share content about their life, about their wins, and you rejoice with them. Maybe that's their aim, but for you interpreted it in another way. So sometimes when social media influencers, they just portray this image of this fairy tale, this road, they romanticize love and relationship. It may make teenagers begin to feel that, it even make teenagers confuse lust and infatuation for love. It may make them confuse lust. They may not look at the deep things that are important: commitment, loyalty, trust. They may just think, okay, relationship is just all about going out on dates, about fancy restaurants, about buying me gifts and all that. The another thing that social media, the way that the way social media portray love is that it can bring about this comparison culture, where teenagers begin to compare themselves or their relationship with that of influencers or their peers. They may just like okay, maybe that teenager is in a relationship, they'll feel like, okay, I'm not doing well in this relationship, or this person is not giving me what I want. Or they may even begin to feel like I am losing out, I am behind because I'm not in a relationship, because I don't have a boyfriend to test me, or I don't have a girlfriend to send me tests, and you understand? Yeah. So they may begin to feel left out, they may begin to feel self-conscious that they don't have somebody. There's another thing that movies, because we are looking at social media and movies now. Another thing that movies does is that there is this narrative that movies sell to the audience. Like, they make it seem as if love is enough to cover a whole lot of things, you know. I know that the Bible tells us that love covers a multitude of sin, but that's just talking about the love that Jesus has for humanity. But they make it seem as if no matter the bad behavior of that person, you have to make sacrifices. Sometimes this can encourage or make teenagers condone abuse or bad behavior, because they feel like, okay, in that movie that I watched, the man was physically abusive to the woman, but she was patient, and or maybe the man was just like, okay, I know she's cheating on me, but I know she still loves me, so let me just understand. So it can make young people normalize abuse in their relationship. So social media has kind of a strong influence on the views that teenagers or young people have about. It can lead to this unrealistic expectation. They begin to see love and romance as just a fairy tale, instead of the things that really matter, like commitment, loyalty, and understanding, trust.
Thank you so much, Abigail, for that one. Now I would like to know, Isioma, how do you strike a balance between physical attraction and lust amongst teenagers?
Okay, so physical attraction and lust, they're about the same thing, because with lust, there's the physical component that draws the individual in. Okay. So when we talk about physical attraction, again, it's normal. Biologically.
Okay, so you're saying that physical attraction in itself is not a problem?
It's not a problem. It's not a problem, because biologically, as you get into that puberty age, there are hormones that are being released in your system. Oxytocin is one of them. It's a sex hormone, and it's one of those hormones that tries to call in physical intimacy. Okay. You understand? And yes, much later in life, when you get married, you actually need those hormones, but they pile up over time. And for a young person who becomes physically attracted to another individual, it's also healthy. But again, there's the line that needs to be drawn. Okay. And that's why, for me, one of the counsel I would like to bring in for parents now is, we had a meeting with teenagers, in a camp meeting, and we're asking, what are some of the things, if daddy and mommy are not here, let's just talk. What are some of the things you are not comfortable about? And we're like, they are being overprotective. And I'm like, but it's love, it's just their way of telling them. They said no. And I had to go back and go and check. Those things that we call, that teenagers call overprotective, it's just you not trusting their ability.
Okay.
Now,
the ability to
take decisions. Yes. Okay. So now I'll bring this in. So I see a young girl and a young boy talking. Fine, there are other boys in the club, but they are talking together. As a parent, that's not the time for you to come and say, "Na so boy they talk to." Do you want her to be talking to girls like? Do you want her to now become a lesbian?
In fact, that would be worrisome.
It should be worrisome. Okay. So for the mere fact that they are physically attracted, it's healthy. Okay. I tell my young girls around, there's the age you get to, you are like a beautiful flower. Anybody that sees it, we certainly admire. So someone tells you you are beautiful, you know, I already told you are beautiful.
Does that explain why, you know, some guys will, if you tell some guys that they like women too much, they'll tell you, is a man that I should like?
So, well, maybe, but so physical attraction, it's okay. But now, you should now know when this is now going into lust, where it now becomes obsessive, where it becomes compulsive, where it becomes controlling. Like, you are not able to do any other thing, you are not able to focus on academics, you are not able to do anything except that that one now becomes a problem. You don't eat, you don't take your bath until when you have called or spoken with this person.
So that you don't hear from the person. So
that has gone beyond attraction.
No, it has gone beyond attraction. That one is not like a disorder. Yes, obsession. So for that, that's not healthy. But that a young girl or a young boy sees someone else of the opposite sex, particularly at that age, and they're attracted, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Isioma. Now, Abigail, what do you think parents and instructors are doing wrong in terms of, you know, instilling the right knowledge in these people, in these young people, on the difference between attraction and lust? because a lot of them do not understand the difference. Like she said, you know, some of them just model it up. You know, you tell them, you know, when they tell you that they are in love or they are attracted to someone, and if it is not well channeled, they might just, you know, channel it the wrong way and then become obsessed, like she said. So how do you think parents should be able to, you know, teach them the difference between attraction and, you know?
Well, I think because of my interaction with a lot of parents as a teen mentor, I would say that parents of this generation, they are doing quite well when it comes to this area. Some parents may not really have all the knowledge, but some of them go beyond the way to get maybe books, even kind of encourage their children to have mentors, either in school or in church, or get the services of mentors to kind of enlighten their children on these things. But I would say that for some parents that are still feeling like, okay, these are not things that my children should be talking about, I think it still boils down to that mentality, that mindset, that anything that has to do with relationships, sexuality is not something that is like a taboo to some parents, because so many of us, that's how we were raised. You cannot have this conversation. But the thing is that I cannot really understand. Even everyone went through that phase. Even the parent now that is scolding that child, you are spoiled, why are you saying this, or why are you doing this, or why are you talking about love or relationship? You begin to caution or you begin to invalidate that child's feeling. But the thing is that parent was once in that age, and I would tell, I can say that at a particular point in time they had attraction for someone. It may even be that is not even the person that they are married to today. So why are they making a fuse over it? So
it could also be that they made mistakes in their own time.
In their own time, and yes, they are scared. But using fear is not. In fact, fear does not bring any results. It's not a good parenting tool. Sometimes even the Bible says that thing that you fear so much, it will happen to you. So when you use fear as a tool to correct your children, most times they end up doing that same thing. So it just, I think it boils down to you having this conversation. I can call it difficult conversation, because there are not conversations that are easy to have. At times when you are even awkward. Yes, when you're even having, and the thing is that it becomes awkward when you leave it over time, when they become teenagers. It's not, they don't just get to 13, you now sit your daughter down and say, now that you are not started seeing your period, and you know that if a boy and if you are not supposed to be having sex, and that is not at that time. In fact, sometimes some parents even leave such conversations or limit it to their daughters, while they just leave the boys to themselves. No, it's a conversation that you should have with both your, anything that it has to do with relationship in general, infatuation, having a crush, lust. In fact, there are so many things that you can discuss with your children, and I believe that every parent have a vision of how they want their children to live their life. I don't think that even a native daughter's child or a native daughter, yes, anybody, even if you are not educated, I believe everybody has a vision for their children. This is how I want my children to live their life. So even if you have that mental picture in your head, you need to verbalize. Don't just keep it there, because your children cannot enter into your head. And another thing is that some parents have this belief that, okay, my child is seeing me, or because we go to church, or because they attend Sunday school with me, then they should know what to do. As long as, fine, the church is also playing their own role, the church, Sunday school teachers and everyone, you also need to let them that this, set boundaries for them. This is how I want you to, because sometimes I've seen children in school, they live double life. Sometimes some parents are not even aware that their child is in a relationship. Sometimes that's why it comes as a surprise to some parents when they hear that their daughter is sexually active or their son is sexually active. Because for me personally, I want to have that kind of relationship with my child, that they will be able to discuss even difficult things, that even if they mess up, I will be the first person that they want to tell, like, I must have this conversation with my mother. They will not want to hide it from me. So I believe these are things, conversations that parents should have with their children. Like talking about infatuation, love, like I normally discuss with my teenagers, when you want to know the difference between love or love and infatuation, first you have to look at, because like I mentioned earlier, for a teenager going through that phase, they feel it is true love. First you have to look at the way it comes. For infatuation comes suddenly.
Okay. All right, I'll have to pause you there, Abigail. Of course, I know you were making a whole lot of sense, and hopefully when we return, you'll be able to build on that. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on this break now. Please stay tuned. Thanks for staying tuned. All right, Abigail, you were taking us on the journey before we went on that break.
Yes, how teenagers can differentiate between love and infatuation. So one of the, if you are, maybe your teenager is experiencing this kind of attraction and they are confused if it's actually true love or if it's an infatuation, one of the first way to identify that it's infatuation is that infatuation comes suddenly, like the feeling is quick. Okay. And the feeling is very strong, like you just feel like you
Stronger
just want
than
to
true love
in a way at that initial stage, so it comes quickly, but the thing is that it fades quickly. But love grows with time. Love is steady, it develops over time, but infatuation comes quickly, then it fades quickly. For love, it grows gradually, maybe from friendship or from a crush to friendship, like that. It peaks over time. With time, you keep seeing that every day you keep the feeling for this person keeps growing. But for infatuation, on the other hand, it begins to kind of diminish over time. So you even realize that this person you just used to like so much, you feel so much attracted to them, suddenly you don't even like them. At times when that thing wear off, that infatuation wear off, you begin to look at the person, will just look ordinary to you. You even start wondering, like, why did I even like this person before? What even what even brought me to this person? At times, even amongst sometimes when I talk to my teenager about relationship, I tell them that there are times you might even realize that that person that you're having a crush on or you are infatuated with has a very terrible character, a bad behavior. But at that point in time, you won't be seeing that behavior. It's only when that thing wears off, you begin to realize that this person has a nasty attitude. I don't even think I can even be with this person.
So it appears as though scales fell off the person's eyes.
But with love, it grows over time. Then secondly, infatuation is usually superficial. It's usually based on the outside of that person, their beauty, how beautiful they are, what they have is kind of, okay, this person can sing very well, this person can dance, he can play football, or he or she, understand, it's just based, it's superficial. But love, on the other hand, love has to do with the innate qualities of that person. Fine, maybe at first you'll be attracted to, there will be something that attracts you to that person. Okay, I just like this person because he or she has a beautiful voice, there's a way that he or she talks, that's the reason why I'm attracted. But over time, you get to start. That's why I always tell teenagers, give it time. The fact that you're attracted to this person, give it time. With time, you begin to see this person's qualities. So love, most often than not, is based on values, the values of that person, the character of that person, their personality. Yes, it's more on that. So there's always also attraction, but it's based more on the innate qualities of that person. The another difference between infatuation and love is that most times infatuation is like a fairy tale. You begin to obsess over that person, you begin to think about that person unnecessarily, you begin to daydream about that person. It may even affect your daily activities. You may even start to begin to feel insecure when you don't hear from this person. Or maybe you see them with another person, you begin to feel jealous. Love is not jealous. Love is in as much as love is is also emotional, but you don't feel that jealousy, or you don't feel insecure. Love is a lot calmer and a lot safe. But for infatuation, on the other, one thing I would say in summary is that infatuation excites while love stabilizes.
Okay, so you're saying that love is not jealous, so there's no element of jealousy. Because I've seen adults who are truly in love, who express jealousy.
Yes.
So I mean, how do you?
Okay, so for that, if you really truly love someone, at some point jealousy could come up. Okay. But again, that emotional intelligence that comes with love, which is not an infatuation, now helps you to check yourself and find out, this jealousy, is it rooted in something that I feel but is not actual? So I saw this person probably talking with another person, and I'm imagining now that there's something sexual going on between them. Or is it because I feel insecure about an attitude that this person is showing me? That emotional intelligence is what will now push you to ask questions, because in true love, there's communication. Okay. You don't just assume. And then you'll be able to now get rid of...
Let's not also forget that communication is a two-way street. You might want to communicate, and the person you're trying to communicate with is not even helping matters.
Okay, fine. But even then, you need to be careful, because anybody that treads that part of jealousy along that path will lead to destruction, both for yourself and for that person that you love. And that's why you see where some people, they say, oh, this partner stabbed this other, or this one did something harmful to the other. It was because there was a jealousy that cropped up that was not checkmated.
Okay. All right. Is there a difference between jealousy and insecurity? Because it seems to be like the same thing to me.
Okay, so jealousy and insecurity, it's more like one manifesting what the other one is saying. So when you are insecure, jealousy crops up.
But is it not possible to be jealous without being insecure?
It's possible for you to be jealous and not be insecure if the root problem of that jealousy is not the insecurity, like I said, it could be the attitude of the other partner that is leading to that jealousy.
Okay. All right. Here's another one. The issue of rejection, like I said, okay? It's one thing for you to like someone, and yet another thing for the person to like you back.
You breakfast.
Yeah, so what happens when you didn't have to say that.
Breakfast.
Okay, so you like someone, but the person doesn't like you back. How do you handle that? And how do teenagers handle it? And how do you think they should handle it?
Okay.
Let me ask Abigail this one.
First, okay, I should start.
Yes,
okay, what I would say is that teenagers, because they are still developing, they are still growing, they cannot really handle rejection well like adults, the way adults would do, At that particular stage, their self-esteem, their identity is not fully formed. Emotional regulation skills is not fully developed. At that particular point, teenagers, they don't handle rejection well, except maybe that teenager is like, there are always exceptions to every rule. There are some people that do well. In fact, I believe some people have this resilient spirit. Like they are kind of born with it. Like it's just like something that is innate. But for some, they easily give up. You understand? Things easily bother them. They easily feel anxious or this kind of anxiety. They easily experience it. But most often than not, because of the peculiarity of that stage that teenagers are in, their brain is not full. Psychologists will tell you that the brain of an adolescent is not fully developed until around the prefrontal cortex, yes, to be precise, until around the age of 25. That's the reason why they may act irrational, give into impulse, or engage in risky behavior. But for a teenager going through rejection, sometimes they may not even open up to their parents about it. Most times it's a personal thing. Some of them may begin to isolate themselves. Some of them may begin to experience sleep deprivation. They may not eat well at that point. They may even be angry. Some of them may even be angry with the person that rejected them. It's very common among boys. They may even begin to get back at the person. They may even begin to kind of put up this defensive act. I didn't even like her before, because they don't want to expose, kind of let their friends see their vulnerability. So at that particular point, they won't begin to make jokes or just make light of the situation. But another thing is that for rejection, a painful breakup, like if that teenager is already in that, maybe already in that relationship, and the person that they are in a relationship with, the person they are dating, breaks their heart, it may also influence the subsequent view that they will have a bad relationship. Some of them may become more cautious and guided. Then some of them may begin to have kind of unhealthy attachment style. That's the reason why you see some adults today, they bleed on others. Something that you didn't do, you are not the one that broke their heart. But in this, they are new in subsequent relationship, they become they don't even want to give themselves to you. Understand? They keep
transfer of
aggression. They begin to build walls around themselves that you cannot even. The person might even have a beautiful personality or a beauty, you understand, but they cannot really express themselves in love. It becomes a problem to this person, and this person may even have their best interest in art, so it limits their ability to fully love.
Okay, thank you so much, Abigail. Now we have another very important break, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned. It's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and this is the final lap of the program. Now, Isioma, there are certain teenagers who do not know how to handle feelings of infatuation, crush, and all whatnot. Okay, they have certain feelings about a person, but they don't know how to process it, and some of them get into trouble in the process of trying to, express it. So, how do you think they should do that? And for those who are not, who are totally clueless, what do you think adults, like their parents, guardians, instructors, and people around them should do to help them manage it?
Okay, so I'll start with the teenagers. First of all, you need to know that you are enough.
Okay.
You are a gift to your world. Regardless of what anybody says, or tells you, or makes you feel, that's one. Then secondly, it's very important that the teenager knows that a relationship didn't work out well doesn't actually mean you won't have any other beautiful relationship. So that helps you in the healing process, because I've seen cases where, because this person rejected me, I just feel worthless, I just feel, maybe there's really a problem with me. No, it might just be that two of you were not meant to. That's one. Then it usually becomes more complicated when sex is involved, and that's why that's a topic for another day.
Yeah.
So as much as possible, we always say, that's why there's a passage in the Bible that will say, don't stir up love, because when you stir, once you light that matches, it's like a wildfire. You can't control it. But that's topic for another day. So when sex is not involved, it's much easier. When sex is involved, it's more complicated. So I'm taking it when sex is not involved. First of all is that you need to tell yourself that you are enough. And that means it's a process that you will heal from. Take your time and heal. Get on a hobby that is healthy. If it's something that you're going to do to relax yourself, get as in as for yourself to be, yes, as a form of distraction. Next, you need to disconnect
from,
actively disconnect from the person. Yes,
like you avoid them totally.
Avoid.
Because let's still be friends.
Yes. The reason is this: you need to really process what has happened and know how you are going to move forward. You can't say you're moving forward and still be looking backward. So if it means all those midnight calls, midnight chats, let it just be. If we're on the same class group, we maintain the class group. If we're on the same church, or we maintain it.
What if the person keeps, reaching out somehow?
He keeps reaching out. It's the way you respond that will not let the person know that the status has changed. Then finally, you need to find people, a community, a support system. Very important. So that's why it's very good to have good friends. Bible says iron sharpeneth iron. So when you have good friends around you and you have a healthy support system around you, they help you to come out from such guilt trip or feeling of depression or inadequacy. That's on the side of the teenager. For the parents, please always provide a healthy space for them to thrive. Every one of us, we've made mistakes or we've made wrong decisions that we don't like. But again, there was someone who was there stretching out hands for us to pull us back up and tell us that's not where we're stopping. We can move further than that. Even in cases where pregnancy is involved, or you need to let this child know that there still lies a lot ahead of them that they can fulfill. And again, as a parent, you should be able to set healthy boundaries. Sister Abigail mentioned it when she was saying it. As much as you want to be that parent that is 21st century and is free, there must be healthy boundaries for the child, beyond which they shouldn't cross. And then finally, you must verbalize your love for them and let them know it in your actions, in your deed. Nothing stops you from taking your daughter on a dinner. So that the next time a classmate is taking them a dinner, it doesn't begin to wind their head as though it's something out of place. Or a family picnic or things like that that helps them to know that you can actually have a healthy relationship with opposite sex without anything sexual being involved. That way they are able to manage their feelings even when this infatuation, because secrecy is the power of sin. You know those ones that you want to do in corners where nobody will see you. Those are the ones that lead to problems.
Thank you so very much, Isioma. Abigail, your final word on this.
The final word I would just like to give to parents, I think the foundation of everything is what matters. I know, some people will tell you that for teenagers, their peers, the social media, the society, culture have a kind of a strong influence over them. But studies will also tell you that even as with those influence, external influence, the parents, the home still have the strongest influence over the lives of the children. So what I would say is that for parents, every parent should nurture their children. The Bible says train up a child in the way he should go. So I mentioned something earlier. I said every parent has a vision. There's a vision you have for your child. This is how I want my children to, this standard I want like your values. Every family should have a value. Like when we talk about values, a kind of a guide to principles on how you live your life. If I have these values, an example of a family value, I can have a value on, okay, I don't want my children to date as teenagers. I want them to be more matured. So I need to communicate these values to them. You don't just keep it to yourself. Another thing that I would also like to encourage parents, I see sometimes parents have these conversations that has to do with relationship, love, infatuation, sex. They only restrict the conversation to the girl child and they just leave the boys to themselves. I would like to encourage parents that whenever you are having this conversation, it is important for you to also bring the boys into the fold, because an untrained boy becomes a problem to the society. There are things we also need to teach our children about consent, even how to handle rejection. The reason why we have some maybe boys taking advantage of girls, even sexually abusing girls to some extent, is because they don't know how to handle rejection. So when you tell them no, they feel that they want to get back, I must get back at you. So these are some conversations that we need to be having with our children. You don't just keep it to yourself, you verbalize it, and you keep on. It's not something you just have a one-off conversation, yes. You just keep it there and they just grow up like that. It's something that you have to go back to and kind of encourage them, groom them into the way you want them to be.
All right, thank you so very much, ladies, for a very amazing contribution to the program. I mean, you guys have made my day, because actually I didn't think we're going to move in this direction, but I think you've touched virtually every area that needs to be touched, even though we haven't scratched the surface, because there's a whole lot more to talk about as far as this discourse is concerned. But a big thank you to you for being with me on the show.
Thank you.
It's been Flipside on Independence Television, and I think you've heard from the horse's mouth. These people are not just talking for talking's sake. They are actually teen coaches, like I said in opening. And I'm sure that a whole lot has been said so far, and just like the adage says, a word is enough for the wise. Now, it's not a bad thing to be attracted to someone, but what you do with that attraction is very important. Okay, it's not enough to just say, oh, I like this person. You must understand certain other things like, trust, faithfulness, and then of course, what exactly is it about that person that is attracting you? Is it just the outlook, the outward outlook, or certain qualities about that person that you like? Are these qualities sustainable? Are these qualities able to attract you or keep you glued for a very long time? And these are the very important things that you must consider as a teenager. My name is Harry Igbo-J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imagedion, Orero, Obesni Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shwebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Topic today on Woman to Woman is safety matters. Drive like a queen. And we have somebody here who is going to be discussing with us. She is a passionate road safety advocate and National Public Enlightenment Officer, head of Celebrity Special Marshals in Nigeria, as well as the founder and president of On the Highway Africa. She has been instrumental in promoting road safety awareness and advocating for responsible driving practices. Her dedication to saving lives on the road has earned her numerous awards, recognition, and respect in the industry. With her tireless efforts, she continues to inspire a culture of safety and responsibility among road users in Nigeria and beyond. Hence, she is with me on the program, Woman to Woman. Please join me as we make welcome Julie Chi Unwaha. Hello, Julie. Julie is actually joining us from Lagos. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Adesuwa. How are you today?
So happy to have you join us today on the program. So your resume is quite impressive and huge. Thank you for all you do on the road.
Thank you so
So
much.
today we want to talk about women on the road, how they can drive like queens, some of the things they can put into consideration while driving. Because when you see some women on the road, you feel very pity for them. And then you feel pity too for other road users. So my very first question to you this afternoon, Julie, is, are there anything special in a vehicle that is restricted to only the male? Or if there are other special features restricted to only women in a car?
No, absolutely no, none.
Okay.
It's a gender free.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now that you have said that, I'd like to ask you this other one, because we want to enlighten women on the road. Sometimes the way we drive gives room to question the driver's license we're holding. Now, what are the top distractions women drivers face and how can they avoid them? The top distractions that women drivers face on the road and how they can avoid these distractions.
Thank you very much, Adeshua, and I want to say a very big Happy New Year to all users. First and foremost, women drivers are expected to be the best drivers on the highway, but we find out that there's a lot engaging them when they are on wheels. First and foremost, one of the top distractions for women drivers are phone calls and notifications, especially the Gen Zs that want to be there always. Or they want to have their phones on, they want to be responding to every call they receive or notification, especially those on social media. So this is a bad habit, and I think I believe they should stop it because they are constituting danger to both themselves and to other road users. Another thing that distracts women on the road is food. They want to eat something. They are grabbing something, grabbing a drink, grabbing something to eat. This is also a no-no when you are on the steering. When you're on the steering, you need total concentration because you are not driving only for yourself, you're also driving for the other road user. So you are expected to be very articulate at what you are doing and also be concentrating. Most times you see women driving with their children. Children are also another source of distraction for women on the highway and on the roads too. They tend to be tending to their children while driving, and in the process, anything can happen, you know. So that's another top distraction for women drivers. And something you won't even believe, women are applying makeup while driving. That's grooming. trying to apply makeup, lipstick, eye pencils, trying to look stylish, trying to like put on their hair, gears. All these are major distraction because they have not finished making up at home and they are rushing to the venue of whatever appointments they have, and they tend to be doing the remaining one on while they are driving. This is a no. So another one is when you have women driving and they are conversing with their other passengers. It's also a no. These are some of the ways that top distraction for women. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. Now, let's deal with these issues that you've mentioned. You talked about breastfeeding while driving, eating while driving, conversing while driving, and the mother of all, applying makeup while driving. We're not talking about the passengers now, we're talking about the drivers. I've seen a couple of women try to look good while driving. You're driving, you're powdering your face, you're applying makeup, you're doing all of that. I see them a lot, okay? So how do we address these issues? What should be the best practice? A woman with a baby, your baby is crying, you need to breastfeed. That we know that, but must you breastfeed while you're driving? We have seen a couple of women like that, so many like that have lost count. They do that nearly every morning when they are rushing out or rushing to do school runs. So what should be the best practice when a woman is driving and you have the urge to make your face up, to breastfeed your child, to eat while you're driving, and you see that one of conversing, that parliament that is usually held inside a car, that one is crazy. So how do we address these issues?
Women drivers to pull over. You can pull over to the side of the road, especially a safe shoulder of the road to touch up your face, or to eat, or to breastfeed your baby, especially if the baby is crying. It's better for you to be safe and to be late to where you are going than to be late. That is one of the most essential for you as a mother, because you're also supposed to be protecting the people around you. Protect yourself, protect your baby, and protect the other road user. So that common practice of breastfeeding should stop. It's a total distraction for you as a mother, because if you are breastfeeding your baby, you'll be distracted and you are also an accident waiting to happen. So the best you can do is, it won't take you time. It's just like a couple of some minutes, maybe 4 to 5. And you are done, and the baby will be okay, and you will be okay, and you continue your journey instead of constituting a stumbling block for other road users. In terms for makeup, of course you can. Just pull over, put on your lipstick, put on a dab of powder here and there, and when you get to your venue, you can go to the powder room and do the remaining one. It's better to be alive.
Okay. We're going to take a very short break now. When we come back, I'll be asking you other questions. Do stay tuned. We'll take that short break now.
ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, thank you very much for staying tuned to the program Woman to Woman on Independent Television. And we are talking with Julie Chi Nwoha, a passionate road safety advocate and National Public Enlightenment Officer and head of Celebrity Special Marshals in Nigeria, as well as the founder and president of On the Highway Africa. And she has done so much to save lives on the road. And she's joining us from Lagos State. Okay, Julie, let's talk about safety for the women now. The first one I want to talk about is the issue of harassment on the road. Several times, some men are not, honestly, they are not friendly on the road, particularly when a woman is driving a fine car. They will make bad comments about that woman. They will badmouth the woman. And trust women, we will want to reply. Most of us will want to reply. And that few seconds of taking your attention away from the road, something may just happen. Something usually happens. Either you hit the vehicle in front of you, or you hit the pavement, or you hit a pedestrian, or something will just happen to create gridlock on the road. So how can we deal with all of this harassment, insults, and whatever on the road, particularly from the other gender?
That's more like a road rage. You know, trying to like have a fight on the road. When you are driving, expect anything, and you should, as a woman, be very tolerant of everyone on the highway, on the road, when you drive. So I would like to advise my fellow women when they drive that when you have such kind of distraction, you do all you can to make sure that you control yourself. It has to do with control. It has to do with you being able to hold your grievance or anything that can distract you while you are driving, because you have a focus. And the focus is the destination of where you are going to. You don't look at any other one. It's even a distraction to your destination. So whenever you have such kind of road rage, what you do is to make sure that you appease the other fellow, no matter who is right or who is wrong. The bottom line is that you keep peace and allow peace to reign. Even when they batch your car. There was a particular time I just picked up a brand new vehicle from one of the automotive dealers in Lagos. We were just driving out right outside of that gate. A man bashed the vehicle, brand new, tear rubber. We were just driving out. The vehicle doesn't even have a number yet. We were yet to fix a number. And he bashed us. I looked at the man and I was like, what happened? He looked dejected, and from all indication, he was like very unhappy. I came down from the vehicle and asked him, what was the problem? Why did you do this? He started apologizing, and in the long run, I found out that he was a senior lecturer in one of the top universities in Nigeria, and he was having a bad day. Some people bring their bad days to the road. And such kind of bad days, and you're not supposed to be on the wheels at all. So I had to like, okay, where do we go from here? What do we do? Do you know he didn't even have the money to fix that vehicle? So that brings me to the issue of insurance.
Wow.
We have to like bring in insurance into such kind of matters, so that when there is a bash between two vehicles, you exchange your insurance, the policy, and then you could be taken care of, so that we'll not have someone as old as your grandfather lying down and begging you, and you will be looking at other road user will be looking at you like, you are very wicked. This old man begging you, lying down. But begging me and lying down will not fix the vehicle. So insurance will help us fix the vehicle. And I tell you, we shouldn't bring our rage or our anger to the road. That will create a lot of chaos. And
that brings me to another question. Bringing anger to the road, you're fatigued, you're tired. There are some women, even when they are tired, they still want to drive. I don't know if it's a taste thing or the stubbornness in us. You're tired, you have not slept, you didn't have a good night's rest, yet you put your vehicle on the road to drive. And when anything happens, you direct your problem to village people. So how do we deal with this?
That's fatigue. Fatigue can significantly impair driving ability. You take a break, stay hydrated, and get enough rest to stay alert. You take water, go to a nearby, maybe a store or a supermarket, take walk for some few minutes, and then regain your energy, and then prioritize your life. Your life is very important to you. As a woman, as a man, as anyone that is standing behind the wheels on the highway, it is very necessary and very important that you put your life first, because it is when you are alive that you can drive.
Woman to woman. I'm not trying to draw you back, but I want to look at the position of the law. A woman who is driving and breastfeeding at the same time, driving with a child on her laps. It's not as if men don't do it, they do it. I see a lot of men who do that, but I'm particularly concerned about the women, because sometimes we may not be that fast to react to situation, because of that fear, that shock and all of that. Once an accident happens, the first thing a woman does is to scream, like those of you in Lagos, Mogbeo, that kind of a thing, you know, and those of us in Benin here, you know. So maybe because a woman will not be able to react very fast, those that carry babies on their lap, those who breastfeed, those who eat, in a bit to pick something from where you kept your food, just that few minutes of taking your eyes off the road, anything stupid can just happen. What is the position of the law on this issue?
You are not expected, the law stated it clearly, you are not expected to eat or drink or be distracted on the road while you are driving. Driving needs a focus. It needs concentration. And if you are found eating or breastfeeding your baby while you are driving, it is punishable under the law. And if you are caught, you'll be taken to court, and the law will come after you. You cannot escape it. There's nothing like you are begging somebody, oh, Mogbe, or whatever, whatever exclamation you're going to make, you make it. But after your exclamation, you will still be taken to court for interrogation, and the law is going to come after you. And you will be either fined or, depending on the weight of what has happened, you may be going to prison for it.
But unfortunately, women still do it. Even with this enlightenment campaign that we're doing here, tomorrow you will find 4, 5, 6 women who will do this. And the issue of taking one way, beating traffic, and all of that. I don't know if some of us women keep part of our brains at home when we're driving. If somebody beats traffic, it's a woman. And there are some group of women who will stand right there in the middle of the road, buying stuff from the road. And when you talk, is a problem. How do we deal with this? How do we sensitize women? How do we get into their heads to let them know that many of these things are wrong, particularly if the woman is driving a fine car and that person is a Gen Z, believing that any traffic officers that come should be able to just stretch our hands and that will be okay?
I tell you, women are what would I call, I'm a woman, it's a special being. We are all special beings. We want to do all our shopping while we are sitting down on the steering. We want to buy meat, soup, everything, vegetable. And we're not even prepared to pack, some of us, not all of us. Some of us that don't have that kind of training, that kind of discipline, want to really do anything anyhow. Have you noticed that some women even hold their children to the road and they put their handbag at the other side? These are not even women that are driving. I'm talking about women that are walking on the road, taking their children to school. They put their children on the road and they put the handbag at the other side, protecting the handbag and leaving the child at the mercy of God. You know, when it comes to woman matter, it's a big thing. It's a big thing for us. It's a big thing for federal road safety, because we keep talking. And that's why you see the enlightenment is every day, every time. We just keep talking. Just like you said, the women look like they're stubborn. You ask, why will you stop me? Is it your car? It's my car. If I bash it, it's my car. I'll fix it. And then you now want, it's not only about your car or being bashed or that. It's for the other road user. That's why we are explaining this to you. I stop a lot of women asking them, oh, please, can you take your child to the back seat? Because a child under the age of 12 is not expected to sit in front of the vehicle. When you see these women, the child even want to sit in front of the vehicle. The mother is not aware of the age limitation that is hindering that child from sitting in the front of the vehicle. And they're just going, everything is fine. The woman is on her seatbelt, the child isn't on his seatbelt, making matter worse for a number of people, both themselves and the other road users. So we say, women, please allow this information of safety to reach you properly. Be disciplined. You are mothers. And even if you are not yet a mother, you are going to be a mother. Don't murder people on the road. Be a good mother. These are some of the things we keep saying every day. Like you see, and like you always comment on my social media handle. Every day I am talking. Every moment on the road, I am saying one thing or the other, talking to women, asking them, must you park beside the market road, park properly, buy what you want to buy, put it in your car and go? Anything can happen when you are window shopping, while you are still in your vehicle and you are buying stuff. So we keep saying this and we will not stop saying it until there's going to be a law when those kind of people are caught. But I tell you, there's a law. It's just that sometimes we are a bit soft.
Is usually the problem.
On that area. We are a bit soft on that area, but it's not that we are soft. It's just that it's not. You just want to keep enlightening people. You want to educate people. You inform. You keep saying. You keep talking it, and that's why we are taking road safety down to the nursery, where you have children road safety advocates, so that when the child wants to sit in front of the vehicle, he or she by him or herself will tell you, oh no, until I'm 12 I cannot sit in front of any car. And when they are sitting behind, they are also expected to use their seat belt, because in the instance of eventuality, you can still be harmed. So it's always very necessary and very important for you as a road user, as a motorist, as a driver, whether you're a woman or a man, the vehicle doesn't know. You just know that someone is driving. And the way you drive that vehicle is whether the vehicle will take you home or take you home. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I do. Just before we go, Julie, let me ask you this last question before we leave, because our time is really up. Now, a woman loses her tire on the road, or she gets a flat tire where she cannot get help. Is she expected to remain there or just walk away? Because most women have been robbed doing that.
A smart woman will know how to fix a tire. First and foremost, once you are prepared to drive a car, please learn how to fix a tire. If you cannot fix a tire, then make sure you have you check your vehicle every morning. It's very good. It's very, very essential for you to check your vehicle every day. Although the vehicle can develop a fault, but try and see that you are in a safe place. Make a call quickly for you to have a help. Not the one your car will break down and all you do is park your car and you walk away expecting your husband to come and pick it, or the mechanic. No, it is for you to look for available help immediately. Put on your seat caution, which is very important for you to have. Put a seat caution there, make a call, look around if you are going to find a vulcanizer around there, and call the vulcanizer.
In 30 seconds, what's your parting word for the woman?
For the woman, I will keep saying, and I will continue to say to everyone, that road safety is everybody's business.
Okay, thank you so much, Julie, for joining us on the program, Woman to Woman. We hope to do this again someday.
Why not? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, women, this is it for today. If you must drive, drive like a queen. Stay alive and keep other people alive. Be a mother, not a murderer. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV,
certainly the best.
and welcome. This is Business 360 right here on Independent Television. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. Now, on this edition, we kickstart by letting you know that ATM withdrawals surged to 36.3 trillion naira despite higher charges, CBN data show. So, cash withdrawals through automated teller machines, that's the ATM, surged sharply in the first half of 2025, underscoring Nigeria's continued dependence on physical cash, even after the Central Bank of Nigeria raised ATM charges. CBN data shows that Nigerians withdrew 36.34 trillion naira from ATMs between January and June 2025, almost 3 times the 12.21 trillion naira recorded in the same period last year. The increase came despite a revised fee regime introduced in March aimed at discouraging excessive cash usage. The rise was not limited to value alone. Transaction volumes climbed to 858.8 million withdrawals in the 6-month period, compared with 496.47 million a year earlier, an increase of nearly 73%. The figures show that higher charges had little effect on how frequently Nigerians accessed cash. Under the new CBN framework, customers withdrawing from another bank's ATM now pay 100 naira for every 20,000 naira withdrawn, while off-site ATMs attract additional charges of up to 500 naira per transaction. The Apex Bank said the review was driven by rising operational costs and the need to improve ATM efficiency. Now, despite the higher cost, withdrawals accelerated quarter by quarter. In the first quarter of 2025, ATM withdrawals totaled 15.97 trillion naira, nearly triple the 5.46 trillion naira recorded in the same quarter of 2024. The momentum strengthened further in the second quarter when withdrawals rose to 20.36 trillion naira compared with 6.75 trillion naira a year earlier. While monthly data show a steady climb across the period, withdrawals rose from 4.81 trillion naira in January to 5.4 trillion naira in February and 5.76 trillion naira in March. The upward trend continued in the second quarter, peaking at 7.55 trillion naira in June. The sustained demand for cash has drawn criticism from labor unions, consumer groups, and some industry stakeholders. The Trade Union Congress described the fee hike as exploitative, while the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project challenged the policy in court, arguing that it places an unfair burden on low-income earners. Some banking stakeholders, however, said the fee increase was inevitable, though concerns remain about its scale and timing given broader economic pressures. The persistence of ATM withdrawals contrasts with the growth of electronic payment channels, while point-of-sale transactions continued to dominate in absolute value, rising to 147.2 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. The pace of growth in ATM withdrawals was significantly faster. Well, it's interesting to see how, despite all of the wonderful, beautiful innovation the federal government, that's the CBN, actually is trying to introduce to reduce the usage of cash, Nigerians are still hell-bent on using cash for the daily transactions. Let's not forget we have that village woman in your community who has little or no idea of how the digital world really operates. So I guess that's one of the major reasons why we still have the monies churning in as regards cash transaction and cash transfers. Well, away from that, the federal government allocates below 1% of 2026 budget to fight poverty. Now, the federal government plans to spend about 206.5 billion naira on poverty alleviation-related projects in the 2026 budget, an amount that represents far below 1% of the total 58.47 trillion naira spending proposal submitted to the National Assembly. A review of project-level data from the 2026 Appropriation Bill shows that all items directly targeted to poverty alleviation across ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the service-wide vote, add up to 206.5 billion naira, when measured against the proposed total budget of 58.47 trillion naira. So this translates to about 0.35% of overall federal spending for the year, when compared with the capital budget of 23.21 trillion naira. The poverty-related envelope represents roughly 0.89%. The bulk of this allocation comes from the service-wide vote, where two major recurrent provisions under the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy dominate the figures. The first is the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy on the federal government's commitment, including NSIP upscaling with a provision of 100 billion naira, while the second is the NPRGS recurrent allocation of another 100 billion naira. Together, they account for 200 billion naira, which is over 96% of the entire poverty alleviation envelope for 2026. So this means that without the service-wide vote entries, all MDAs combined account for only 6.5 billion naira in poverty-related projects. The Brother Communities Development Agency headquarters record 63 million naira across two projects targeted at the Zamfara North Senatorial District. Now, these include 28 million naira for poverty alleviation and empowerment for women in Zamfara North, and 35 million naira for poverty alleviation and empowerment in the same district. These are geographically focused interventions that make up a small fraction of the overall allocation. The Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs has 9.1 million naira for monitoring and evaluation of poverty alleviation programs, reflecting an administrative rather than direct intervention focus. So under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security headquarters, 140 million naira is allocated across two projects. The latter of the two is 105 million naira for the provision and supply of agricultural grains for poverty alleviation in Ekiti, Okero, Ofa, and Ife-Lodun local government areas in Kwara South Senatorial District. The second is 35 million naira for the construction and rehabilitation of solar-powered and motorized boreholes, and for the provision of skills acquisition starter packs to youth and citizens across the 6 geopolitical zones. Together, they signal a mix of food distribution and basic infrastructure linked to poverty reduction. The National Center for Agricultural Mechanization in Ilori records 245 million naira, broken down as 105 million naira for the purchase and distribution of empowerment items to selected women and youth in Lagos, focused on the creative industry, and 140 million naira for capacity building and skill acquisition across 26 wards in Akinyele and Laglegu Federal Constituency in Oyo State. Oh my goodness. Now that is interestingly quite a lot, and we hope to see that this 1%, but below 1% is really pretty small to fight poverty in Nigeria, but we hope to see a little bit of change in all of this moving forward in the year 2026. If you're just joining, you're on to Business 360 right here on Independent Television with me, Anwoluwakbo Stevens. We'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, I'll tell you what's going on with IMF raising Nigeria's 2026 growth rate forecast to 4.4%, and also NGX total market valuation jumps to 217.74 trillion naira mid-January 2026. All of this this and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's talk about IMF. So IMF raises Nigeria's 2026 growth rate forecast to 4.4%. The International Monetary Fund has raised Nigeria's economic growth forecast for 2026 to 4.4%, up from its earlier projection of 4.2%. The revised outlook was published in the IMF January 2026 update of the World Economic Outlook and unveiled on Monday at its report official launch. The adjustment reflects the fund's growing optimism about Nigeria's medium-term prospects as reforms, fiscal coordination, and macroeconomic stability begin to gain traction, while also placing the country within a broader regional recovery narrative. So what does this report really say? The IMF's latest projections point to a modest but meaningful improvement in Nigeria's medium-term growth outlook relative to its previous assessment. Now, Nigeria's economy is now expected to grow by 4.4% in this year, 2026, compared with 4.2% forecast issued in October 2025. The IMF made no major changes to its near-term outlook, suggesting that the upgrade is driven largely by expectations beyond the immediate horizon. In sub-Saharan Africa, regional growth was revised upward from 4.0% to 4.1% for 2025, and from 4.3% to 4.4% for 2026, indicating a broadly shared recovery trend. So South Africa's growth outlook also improved slightly, with forecasts rising to 1.3% for 2025 and 1.4% for 2026, up from earlier projections. Overall, the data suggests that Nigeria's improved outlook is consistent with gradual but widespread economic strengthening across the region rather than an isolated revision. So here is the backstory on this interesting revelation. Nigeria's revised forecast builds on a period of significant economic adjustment marked by policy reforms and efforts to restore macroeconomic balance. In October 2025, World Economic Outlook, the IMF, had projected Nigeria's 2026 growth at 4.2%, reflecting lingering concerns around inflation, fiscal pressures, and structural constraints. Now, since then, policymakers have continued to pursue reforms aimed at strengthening fiscal coordination, stabilizing the macroeconomic environment, and improving productivity across key sectors. So the IMF has repeatedly emphasized the importance of structural reforms and driving sustainable growth across emerging and developing economies, including Nigeria. Now, the January 2026 revision suggests that the fund now sees a stronger payoff from these reforms efforts over the medium term. Now, why does this even matter for Nigeria? The upward review of Nigeria's growth outlook carries important implications for policy makers, investors, and households. Away from that, let's see how the Naira did trade mid-January 2026. So NGX total market valuation jumps to 217.749 trillion naira mid-January 2026. Now, the Nigeria Exchange closed mid-January 2026 with a total capital market valuation of over 66.851 trillion naira, representing a 44.3% gain, and closing at 217.749 trillion naira. This is according to the latest data released by the Nigerian Exchange Limited at the close of business on Friday, January 16th. The NGX market capitalization, comprising equities, bonds, and ETFs, rose from 150.898 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2025, to close at 217.74 trillion naira on Friday, January 16th, 2025, reflecting 44.3% increase. Now, the increase is largely driven by equities and the exchange-traded funds segment, which have seen a remarkable appreciation in price evaluation across the various sector securities since January. Now, what the data is saying, let's talk about it. A comparative analysis of the data obtained by Nairametrics showed that the equity market segment recorded a sharp expansion, with market capitalization rising from 99.376 trillion naira to 166.13 trillion naira. This represents an increase of 66.75 trillion naira, translating to a 67.2% growth, indicating the equity segment as the main driver of overall market expansion. The fixed income market posted a modest uptick as capitalization edged up from 51.476 trillion naira to 51.55 trillion naira. The 80 billion naira increase reflects a 0.15% rise, indicating relative stability and subdued activity in the debt market. Conversely, the ETFs market delivered strong momentum, with capitalization jumping from 45.55 billion naira to 69.65 billion naira. The 24.1 billion naira increase represents a robust 52.9% surge, highlighting growing investor appetite for exchange-traded products. So here is what you should know regarding this. The Nigeria Exchange operates a multi-layered market structure designed to serve different investment needs and financial instruments across Nigeria's capital markets. At the core of its equities markets, where shares of listed companies are traded, supporting capital raising and wealth creation, along equities are three other main segments: bonds, ETFs, and derivatives, each governed by distinct rules and listing requirements. So here is a backstory. On December 29th, 2025, Nairametrics had reported that Nigeria's total market capitalization surged to 149.88 trillion naira as of December 24th, effectively pushing the market to the brink of the 150 trillion naira milestone for the first time in its history. The expansion, according to report, reflected broad-based growth across equities, bonds, and ETPs, with a breakdown of data showing that equities contributed 97.89 trillion naira, accounting for 65.31% of total market value. The bond market added 51.55 trillion naira, while ETPs, though still a relatively small segment, recorded 43.20 billion naira in value. About 2 weeks into the new year, the capital market cumulative valuation has accelerated by 66.851 trillion naira, closing at 217.749 trillion naira, paving the way to a new milestone of 300 trillion naira capital markets, largely driven by local investors. Now, we look forward to see how all of this would actually perform in the coming days as we get towards the end of the month. Well, that's all I have for you on this episode of Business 360. Catch me again, same time, for another interesting one as we get to delve into the world of business. I am Anuoluwakpo Stephen. See you on the next round.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, yari.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.